Chapter 376. There were no clouds in the sky. The moon shone like a silver plate with stars twinkling in the night sky. Moonlight shone down from the sky and covered the entire Silveria World Institute with a layer of silver gauze. Even if it was night time, it wouldn't be as cold as one would imagine. It was only the second round of the Academy tournament, and it was already so exciting that it made their hearts so restless. If it was the third round, when the real battles between the top 10 powerhouses began, wouldn't it be even worse? At this moment, they were already secretly looking forward to the third round of the Academy tournament. Apart from these students, the contestants were the same. They couldn't sleep. Among them, the leaders of the major forces were vexed. They were vexed that they couldn't enter the top 10. What was it about them that they couldn't compete with others? However, some of them knew clearly in their hearts. They were bitter. Why did so many powerful newcomers appear at this time? They knew it wasn't that they weren't strong enough. It was just that there were too many assassins this year. They used to occupy the top 10 spots, but now, apart from Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer, there was only one assassin left in the top 10. Entered the top 10, after this tournament, the Spalier world won't be peaceful anymore. Because the Spalier World Academy is a gathering of the geniuses from all over the Spalier world. Their ranking is equivalent to their status in this world. Look at the top 10 in the past. They were born in the 3 great clans of the 3 empires. Being in the top 10 is a testament to their strength. This also proved that their clan was at the pinnacle of the continent. At the same time, it also reflected their clan's status compared to other clans. How is it today? They lost this position, and it's the same as covering their clans with a thick layer of black ash. If one really wanted to be particular about it, it could be big or small. Therefore, the narrow-minded among them had already begun to hate Wu Yan and the others, while those who understood the reason from the beginning to the end gritted their teeth and vowed to take back the glory of the past. Of course, whether or not it could be realized was another matter altogether. On the other hand, those who didn't have powerful clans, or those whose clans weren't that influential, didn't have so many worries. Right now, they were already thinking about where they would be placed in the next ranking. Sylph, Kaya, Jaffer, and Feifei didn't know about those who made it to the top 10. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, Wu Yan was different. He couldn't fall asleep that night. In the villa district, on the rooftop of one of the villas, there was a figure sitting there as he looked up at the sky. His wine-red eyes were filled with a strange light. At this moment, his face, which was not considered handsome, became very attractive. The figure bathed in the night was like an emissary of the night. Even in this desolate place, he appeared so harmonious. He had completely integrated himself into the environment. It was as if he was born to stay in the night. This is to be expected. Night is the territory of vampires, the world of vampires, the time when vampires are active. Wu Yan is the true ancestor of vampires. Calling him an emissary of the night is belittling him. Even though night is the time when vampires are active, Wu Yan is still a human before he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline. Being active during the day is a habit that's carved into his bones. That's why Wu Yan usually sleeps at night. However, in the end, Wu Yan is still a true ancestor of vampires. Sometimes during the night, he can't fall asleep and can only find something to do to pass the time. Usually during this time, Wu Yan would look for Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and the other girls to play some pa-pa-pa games. However, perhaps due to the liveliness of the morning tournament, Mikoto and Chuju went to bed early. Ikaros was also dragged to bed by them. Helpless, Wu Yan can only go up to the rooftop to admire the moon and the sky. Miraculously, as the night scene entered Wu Yan's eyes, Wu Yan's heart fell into an unprecedented calmness. His mind gradually lost focus. This scene lasted for who knows how long until a light footstep entered Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan came back to his senses. He turned around and couldn't help but smile. Flandre-chan, why aren't you sleeping yet? It's not good for a child to not sleep at night. Flandre-chan is wearing a cute red and white striped pajamas. Her light yellow hair is swaying gently in the wind. On her head is a beret that never changes. With the cute pajamas, it's like a nightcap, making Flandre-chan even more adorable. Flandre-chan is maintaining her tiptoeing posture in front of Wu Yan. It seems like she's planning to surprise Wu Yan and surprise him. Her little face is full of resentment at being discovered. Wu Yan can't help but find it funny. Even though it's the middle of the night, Wu Yan's comment about children not sleeping at night was just a joke. Flandre-chan is also a vampire. She's been influenced by him to sleep at night and move around during the day. However, vampires are still vampires, just like Wu Yan. There's still a chance that they won't be able to sleep at night. Hee, big bro found out. Flandre-chan stuck out her tongue and scratched her head in embarrassment. She then jumped up and sat in Wu Yan's arms. She rubbed her head against his chest. Her red eyes are full of attachment. Living in the academy for nearly a month was the happiest period of Flandre-chan's life. She had brothers and sisters who loved her and loved her. She also had Liren who played with her all over the place. Unlike the days when she could only hug her pillow in the basement, Flandre-chan is undoubtedly the happiest she's ever been. All of this is given to her by the big bro who brought her to his side. He's also the one who loves her the most. In Flandre-chan's little heart, Wu Yan's position is irreplaceable, not even her most beloved and hated sister. Wu Yan can more or less guess Flandre-chan's thoughts. That's why Wu Yan is ashamed. After all, summoning Flandre-chan was an accident. He didn't choose to do so. Flandre-chan is so attached to him because of this. Wu Yan naturally feels that it's not worth it. However, Wu Yan has explained this to Flandre-chan more than once, but Flandre-chan's feelings for him didn't change. She's still attached to him. This made Wu Yan speechless. All he can do is to give Flandre-chan all his love and care. This way, he can show her that he wants to be good to her. But at this time, Wu Yan realized that he hasn't spent time with Flandre-chan since coming to the academy. Even though he personally fed her 3 meals a day, Wu Yan still feels that his love and care for Flandre-chan isn't enough. Patting Flandre-chan's head tenderly, Wu Yan looked up at the sky and whispered. Flandre-chan, are you homesick? Flandre-chan didn't hesitate to shake her head, but after a pause, she nodded. Flandre-chan doesn't miss home, but Flandre-chan misses sister. Wu Yan smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked at the moon in the sky in silence. Maybe it's time for him to accompany Flandre-chan, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. Chapter 377. On the second day, the Spalier World Academy wasn't as lively as it was 2 days ago. The higher-ups seemed to have predicted that the students wouldn't be able to sleep at night, so they arranged the third round of the tournament to be held 3 days later so that the top 10 participants would have some time to rest. Therefore, the students who had been so excited last night all wanted to fall asleep at this time. Unfortunately, the heavens played a joke on them. Today, for some reason, the sun went crazy early in the morning. It's trying its best to release all the heat in its body, as if it's afraid that it won't be able to use its heat and light. Today's temperature was raised to an extremely high level. The entire Spalier World Academy felt like it's been placed in a steamer. The merciless sun caused the students who wanted to sleep to jump out of their beds as if their butts were on fire. They couldn't sleep at all. Some of them even had distorted vision when they looked at the air. There wasn't even a trace of wind outside. Even if there was, it would be a hot wind, which would only make people feel more uncomfortable. Under the fierce sunlight, ordinary people would feel dizzy after staying here for 10 minutes or so. Helpless. They could only either activate their Do Chi or use their demonic energy to expel this heat. After which, they were able to peacefully enter the land of dreams. However, after this torment, a feeling of exhaustion swarmed in. It was likely that by the time they woke up, they don't even know when they'll wake up. It's different from the other places in the Spalier World Academy. The villa area is unusually cool. As a special privilege given to the special students by the Spalier World Academy, the villa area has to be maintained in a good environment. Other things aside. Warm in winter and cool in summer. That's a must. However, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and the others still left their beds early. It's not that they couldn't sleep because of the heat, it's just that after such a good night's sleep last night, they didn't want to stay in bed. One by one, they sat at the table in the living room and ate their breakfast. Not sure if it's because they exhausted all their enthusiasm during the tournament or because the tournament was delayed for 3 days, but when Mikoto came to the living room, she looked like she was half dead. She didn't have the same excitement she had 2 days ago. Chuju couldn't help but sigh. Even Chuju was affected. She didn't have the mood to eat anymore. She nibbled on bread crumbs with a gloomy expression. She rolled her eyes at Mikoto, blaming her for making her look like this. Mikoto couldn't help but laugh dryly. The only one who was still energetic was Ikaros. However, from Ikaros' calm face, it's hard to tell what's going on. At some point, footsteps came from the staircase. The 3 girls in the living room were startled. Straightening their backs, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros continued to eat their breakfast as if nothing happened. However, the 3 pairs of eyes that were looking at the staircase betrayed their inner thoughts. Not long after, Wu Yan's figure appeared in their line of sight. He was holding a yawning Flandre-chan in his arms. This proves the question of who was Wu Yan's partner last night. Last night, both vampires had insomnia, but they still went back to their room to sleep. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, didn't want to leave. After all, ever since she came to Spalier World Academy, she was forced to sleep in her own room or with Chuju and the others. She didn't have the chance to sleep with Wu Yan. How could Flandre-chan, who's attached to Wu Yan, endure this? Fortunately, the insomnia Flandre-chan found Wu Yan last night. Naturally, she didn't want to leave Wu Yan's side no matter what. Wu Yan could only hug this comfortable yet clingy pillow and go back to his room to sleep. Of course, a certain evil person still has a little bit of conscience in his heart. Looking at Flandre-chan's petite frame, he couldn't bring himself to push her down. Therefore, last night, a certain someone was serious for once. The 3 girls flinched when they saw this scene. However, they didn't think much of it. In their opinion, Flandre-chan is just a kid. Sleeping with Wu Yan is nothing out of the ordinary. Master! Ikaros called out softly. She wanted to go to Wu Yan's side, but then she realized she was still holding the bottle of black tea for Mikoto and Chuju. For a moment, she was conflicted. Fortunately, Wu Yan himself came to Ikaros' side, so she didn't have to be conflicted anymore. However, the bottle of black tea for Chuju and Mikoto was switched to Wu Yan's cup. Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. Why do you look so listless? If you're tired, you should sleep a little longer. Wu Yan took a seat beside Ikaros and sat in front of Chuju and Mikoto. He skillfully picked up a serving of breakfast and started feeding Flandre-chan. He then looked at the 2 girls with a confused expression. Wu Yan didn't leave the villa, but he could feel the situation of the Spalier World Academy students last night. When he saw the hot weather this morning, Wu Yan could more or less guess how miserable they were. Chuju and Mikoto were also in the same state. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. The 2 girls were sleeping so soundly last night and he didn't do anything to them. Why are they still in this state? Did they wake up from the heat? But it's still cool in the villa area. When Mikoto heard Wu Yan's words, she turned her head away. Chuju made a seductive gesture at Wu Yan and pouted her lips at Mikoto. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. She looked at Mikoto, and after a long silence, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Will you die if you don't think about fighting for a day? Mikoto immediately stood up, her pretty face flushed red. Trying to be brave, she explained, how can that be called a fight? I'm just keeping my promise with Sylph. We're going to settle this once and for all. Wu Yan softly ridiculed her. So it's important for you to determine the winner. No wonder you were captured by Seduction Hand in the forbidden magic domain. What did you say? And nothing. After feeding Flandrichan the last bit of food, Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, Hanajaku, and Ikaros. He mused for a bit before he said. Hey, Mikoto, Chuju, why don't we go to the beach? The two girls stopped what they were doing, their eyes lit up when they heard the word beach. Wu Yan smiled but Chuju looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Why do you want to go to the beach all of a sudden? Well, it's because the weather's hot. Wu Yan waved his hand. Of course, he wouldn't tell them that it's because he realized he hasn't spent time with them for a long time, so he wanted to go out with them. As for why he wants to go to the beach, you'll have to ask a certain someone's evil heart. The two girls looked at each other, there was still a bit of doubt in their eyes but they let it go. No matter what, going to the beach is a very attractive thing for someone as active as them. Wu Yan took in their expressions and smiled knowingly. Then it's decided. Chuju and Mikoto nodded, the listless look on their faces disappeared without a trace. Chuju looked at Wu Yan and asked. Do you know where the sea is in this world? Who told you I want to go to the beach in this world? Not in this world. Wu Yan lifted his head and said something that made Hinajaku flabbergasted. Let's go back to Whirlwind Butler. Chapter 378. Spalier World Academy occupies a vast area, it's even larger than Academy City. That's to be expected. After all, there are more than 10 million people in Spalier World Academy, how can it accommodate so many people if it doesn't occupy a large area? The population of Academy City is only about 2.3 million. If it weren't for the dazzling array of experimental measures and laboratories, I'm afraid there would be a lot of empty land in Academy City. The same goes for Silveria World Institute. Even though it has a much larger population than Academy City, it doesn't require a lot of space. The Arena Tower, the Merchant District, and the Free Trade District may take up a lot of space, but it's nothing compared to Silveria World Institute. As the Academy's land was mainly used to provide accommodation for the students, even though the population was over 10 million, there was still a lot of empty space. Naturally, these places would not be left unused. The Academy's higher-ups would selectively provide some empty space to students who needed it. For example, those from the Academy's forces. Forming a faction isn't something that can be done casually. It's still a faction. What's the point of forming a faction without cohesiveness? That's why when a faction is formed, it's important to provide a place for its members to gather. In other words, the problem of the faction's headquarters. If the Academy's higher-ups didn't provide the land, it would be impossible to form a faction. It's not that easy to form a faction in Spalier World Academy. Regardless of the size of the factions within the Academy, there would always be a headquarters. It was just a matter of the size of the headquarters. At this moment, in front of a tall building that occupied a relatively large area, a figure flew over from afar and stopped there. This figure is none other than Wu Yan, who decided to bring his girls to the beach for some fun. Since he wants to bring his sisters to the beach. Then Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku can't be left behind. That's why after asking around, Wu Yan obtained the location of Starlight Queen's headquarters. He arrived at this place, looking for the 5 girls who ran away from home. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Wu Yan walked towards it. He can only hope that Shokuhu Misaki and the others are in there. After all, he already searched the villa area and the 5 girls were nowhere to be found. If he can't even find them in the headquarters, it'll be difficult to find them in the entire academy. However, Wu Yan didn't expect that finding Shokuhu Misaki in Starlight Queen's headquarters would be as difficult as finding her in the entire academy. This is Starlight Queen's headquarters. Outsiders, please do not come too close. When Wu Yan approached the entrance of Starlight Queen's headquarters, a group of female students who were patrolling behind the front door of the headquarters blocked Wu Yan's way. The leader of the group, a female student with decent looks, looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. She said those words in a practiced manner. It can be seen that this is not the first time she has faced this kind of situation. Wu Yan stopped and he looked at the leader of the group. Then, he looked at the other members of the group and he felt relieved. This is the headquarters of a faction, it's impossible for there to be no management. If anyone could enter the headquarters, it wouldn't be called a headquarters. Judging from Shokuhu Misaki's abilities, she must be doing a good job in managing the faction. Wu Yan smiled at them and said, "Hello seniors, I'm here to look for your leader. May I ask if she's here?" Wu Yan frowned as he looked at the female students. He's not sure if he's imagining things, but he felt like the way the female students looked at him changed after he revealed his intentions. They're starting to get impatient. The female student leading the group looked at Wu Yan and said expressionlessly, "Shokuhu Mozaki-sama is busy and can't receive guests. Please leave for now." Busy? Wu Yan glanced at the female students. Seeing how impatient they are, Wu Yan calmed down. He even found it funny. Based on his understanding of Shokuhu Misaki, even though she's a little obsessed with territory, he doesn't believe that she would personally manage a faction's affairs. Shokuhu Misaki likes the feeling of being supported by others, but she's also a lazy person. If there's anything she needs to do, she'll just leave it to her subordinates to deal with it. She'll listen to the results and make her own decisions. That's why this whole busy thing is probably nonsense. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he shook his head. He can guess why these female students are looking for an excuse to chase him away. With Shokuhu Misaki's popularity in Silveria World Institute, this patrol squad must have been annoyed by Shokuhu Misaki's fans. They must have thought that Wu Yan is a fan who came to look for his idol. Wu Yan went straight to the point. "I'm a good friend of Shokuhu Misaki-sama. Go in and tell her, she'll come out to see me." Hearing this, the female students were stunned. Then, the impatience on their faces increased. The female student in the lead even waved her hand at him like she was shooing away flies. "Understood. We'll report to her after she's done with her affairs. You can go back now." Wu Yan's expression darkened. These girls didn't even take his words to heart. Judging by the looks of it, if he really leaves, they would forget about what he said. Report or whatever, that's out of the question. In fact, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is probably the downside of being popular. He said that they're good friends, it's likely that some of the fans will use it to their advantage. That's why Wu Yan didn't blame them. But he can't just leave like that, does he have to force his way in? Lifting his head to look at the girls, he steeled his resolve to force his way in. Otherwise, these girls wouldn't let him in. Wu Yan smiled at them and he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of Starlight Queen's headquarters. The patrolling female students were shocked and furious. They wanted to capture Wu Yan, but the female student leader looked at Wu Yan's figure and thought of something. She shouted at Wu Yan. "Wait, you can't force your way in. Let me bring you in." "Ha!" Wu Yan turned his head in astonishment and looked at the female student. "You want to bring me in? Did I hear wrong? Didn't you just stop me from going in?" The female student blushed and said awkwardly. "Sorry, I didn't remember your identity." "So, my identity?" Wu Yan was even more confused after hearing the female student's words. He crossed his arms and stared at the female student with his red eyes. "What identity do I have to make you change your mind and bring me in?" The female student chuckled. "Wu Yan-sama, one of the top 10 in the academy tournament. Is that enough?" The female students behind her covered their mouths in shock. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and shook his head helplessly. He thought that the female student would say something like, Shokuhu-sama's partner or Shokuhu-sama's other half. Chapter 379. On the way to Shokuhu Misaki's headquarters, Wu Yan looked at the female students in front of him who didn't even bother to talk to him. He looked around and was speechless. Even though he knew Shokuhu Misaki created a Starlight Queen in the academy, Wu Yan didn't know what kind of faction Starlight Queen was. But now, Wu Yan knew. Simply put, it's a faction made up entirely of female students. Along the way, Wu Yan saw no less than a few hundred members of Starlight Queen. Every single one of them is a female student and they are pretty good looking. Their talents and strength are top-notch as well. Wu Yan even saw a few special students. Plus, when the female students saw him walking into the headquarters, they pointed at him and whispered to each other like they were looking at a gorilla. Wu Yan was certain that there were no males in Starlight Queen's headquarters. Could it be that Shokuhu Misaki has gotten used to being served by the other girls in Tokuwadai, so she doesn't want any men to appear in her territory? Or is it because she looked down on men and thought that the girls in her faction were better than the boys? Perhaps only Shokuhu Misaki herself knows the answer to this question. Listening to the whispers of the female students, Wu Yan felt helpless. It's just that there are no males in the headquarters. It's not like there aren't any males in the academy. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Wu Yan didn't know that during the time Shokuhu Misaki established Starlight Queen, the leaders of the major factions came to visit her. However, if there were any males among them, Shokuhu Misaki wouldn't meet them. She would only meet the females who came to visit her. In other words, a male walked into her headquarters. This is the first time. The reason why the female patrol leader dared to bring Wu Yan in is because of this. On the day the first round of the tournament ended, this female student, she saw Shokuhu Misaki hugging Wu Yan's arm with her own eyes. She looked really close to him. That day, the female student was scared out of her wits. Even though she had only joined Starlight Queen for less than a month, she knew Shokuhu Misaki quite well. At least, Shokuhu Misaki didn't care about any of the outstanding male students in the academy. One could only imagine how shocked the female student was when she saw the scene that day. However, other than her, no one else knew about it because even if she told others about it, no one would believe her. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a storm in Starlight Queen. Due to Shokuhu Misaki's skill in controlling her subordinates, the members of Starlight Queen idolized her as much as the Oni-sama of Tokuwadai. Wu Yan had a taste of the Oni-sama's dark side before. If news of this spread within Starlight Queen, the result would be the same. The female student leading the way was one of the more sensible members. If it was anyone else who saw this scene, forget about leading Wu Yan, they might even be dismembered. Following the female student's lead, a large office appeared in front of Wu Yan. The female student knocked on the door. Not long after, a familiar sweet voice came from behind the door. "Come in." The female student pushed open the door to reveal the situation inside to Wu Yan. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he saw the situation inside. He raised an eyebrow and his expression turned awkward. It's a spacious room similar to any other office. There is a long desk in the middle of the room and two large bookshelves on both sides. The desk and bookshelves are filled with all sorts of papers. It's a typical office layout. However, in such a place, there was a round dining table covered with a gorgeous tablecloth, filled with all kinds of desserts and black tea. The person who was supposed to be working hard behind his desk was sitting here with the four girls, eating desserts and drinking black tea. It was a different story. Shokuhu Misaki didn't notice Wu Yan's presence. She thought he was one of her subordinates, so she continued eating her cake. Kinohita Sai and Frenda, on the other hand, were sipping their black tea with disinterest. It looks like they aren't as obsessed with desserts as Shokuhu Misaki. Takitsubu Riku looked exhausted. She slumped on the table as if she fell asleep. Astria, on the other hand, turned into a glutton. She gobbled down everything on the table as if she hasn't eaten for several lifetimes. Wu Yan originally thought that he would be able to see a dignified leader scolding his underlings. When he arrived, he was met with a scene like this. One can imagine how he felt. He couldn't keep his cool. Wu Yan rolled his eyes when he saw the awkward expression on the girl's face. His face twitched as he said, "You girls sure know how to enjoy life." At the same time, those who were eating the dessert stopped, those who were drinking the black tea stopped, those who were sleeping stopped, and those who were eating crazily stopped. They turned their heads abruptly to look at the source of the sound, and the 5 women were instantly stunned. "Master!" Astria shrieked and she started coughing like crazy. It's obvious that she choked on the food that she didn't manage to swallow. Wu Yan felt bad for her when he saw her like this. "Why are you here?" Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, and Frenda exclaimed in surprise. Takitsubu Riku, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Wu Yan finally felt a bit better. "You girls didn't want me to come?" Wu Yan glanced at them and turned away. "Then I'll be leaving, wait." The 5 girls subconsciously called him out. Wu Yan found it funny, but he also felt proud of himself. Looks like these 5 girls still have their hearts tied to him after all. Shokuhu Misaki quickly put down her desserts and walked to Wu Yan's side. She hugged his arm and pouted. "It's rare for you to come here. Are you going to leave just like that?" "What else can I do?" Wu Yan glared at Shokuhu Misaki. "You girls look like you're enjoying yourselves. It's my fault for disturbing you." The 5 girls laughed awkwardly. Shokuhu Misaki was no exception. After all, the scene just now was too embarrassing for her. Wu Yan shrugged. He glanced at Shokuhu Misaki and he hugged her by the waist. Shokuhu Misaki jumped in surprise. What Wu Yan said next shocked her even more. It shocked her even more. Wu Yan rubbed Shokuhu Misaki's waist under the shocked gaze of the female student who led the way. He lamented. "Looks like you've gotten fatter, fat." Shokuhu Misaki screamed. She lifted her head from Wu Yan's embrace and forced a smile. "No. No way. I don't feel that fat, duh." Wu Yan didn't hold back as he taunted. "Who knows your body better than me? Do you think I can't tell if you've gained weight or not?" Shokuhu Misaki gulped and she started touching her body in a panic. Wu Yan's words are highly believable. She might not be able to detect the changes in her body, but it wouldn't be easy to hide it from Wu Yan. Plus, she's the type that tends to gain weight easily. She's been eating desserts like crazy these days, so it's only natural that she'd gain weight. Shokuhu Misaki looked like she was about to cry. She hugged Wu Yan tightly and sobbed. "Yan, you can't leave me in the lurch. I don't want to become a fat woman." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. "What can I do to save you?" Shokuhu Misaki patted Wu Yan's chest and said something that almost made Wu Yan spit out his rice. "Look around the system and see if there's anything that can help you lose weight instantly." Chapter 380. White Emperor College is a famous school for nobles in the world of Whirlwind Butler. It's similar to Tokuwadai Middle School in the Index of Forbidden Books world. The only difference is, there are no superpowers in this world. White Emperor College consists of elementary school, middle school, and high school. Students who study here must have a strong family background and have real talent. That's because the entrance exam for White Emperor College is 65 points and above. Here, 65 points is enough for a person to get into a first-rate university. 72 points is enough for them to get into Tokyo University. One could only imagine how difficult it was to study here. Therefore, the White Emperor Academy had always been a super aristocratic academy that everyone dreamed of entering. The White King Academy was very spacious. The students who were active inside would directly use the trams to travel, but usually, no one would use them. But today, this tram that had not been activated for a long time flashed with a white light. When the white light disappeared, a man and 9 women appeared in the tram. The man was holding an extremely cute little girl with a pair of wine-red eyes. The women were all swallows. Some were big, some were small, but without exception, they were all devastatingly beautiful. The group of 10 that suddenly appeared are Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandrachan, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohada Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Wu Yan already had a plan when he decided to bring the girls to the beach to relax. It's time to go back to the Whirlwind Butler. First of all, the world of the Whirlwind Butler is much safer than the world of the Forbidden Tome. There aren't as many conflicts, and I can have a good time. Second of all, Hanajuku, who has been away from home for a long time, can also go back home. For the sake of sightseeing, the world of the Whirlwind Butler was naturally the best choice. Wu Yan can only go to the world he wants. Only the Whirlwind Butler, Forbidden Book of Magic Catalog, and Heavenly Item were available. The other worlds required points to activate. Compared to the other two worlds, Whirlwind Butler is used for fun. It's the best world for him. If he goes to the index of forbidden books, who knows if Alistair will set him up for it. The same goes for Heavenly Object. That scumbag Sky Lord had his eyes on Ikaros all the time. If he goes there, he's bound to run into a lot of trouble. Wu Yan really wanted to take care of Space Master, but he's only here to keep the girls company. So, he decided to take care of Space Master when he has the time. Looking around, when they found themselves in a tram, the girls showed a puzzled look. They don't know where they are. Hinajuku, on the other hand, smiled happily. She reached out and touched the door of the tram, her eyes full of nostalgia. After all, this was Hinajuku's first time away from home. It's only natural that she would miss this place after being away from home for so long. Although in the end, time stopped in Butler Whirlwind's world and Hinajuku left at the same moment, everyone understood why Chuju is acting like this. They didn't disturb Chuju and waited for her. Even Flandrachan is the same. Everyone here is like Chuju, they left their home so they can more or less feel the same way. Even Shokuhu Misaki and the others who don't have a good impression of Academy City, it didn't take long for Chuju to come back to her senses. She smiled apologetically at everyone. I'm sorry for the wait. Let's go, I'll lead the way. While saying this, Hinajuku's face was full of metal. She raised her head and puffed out her chest, adding a bit of luster to her beautiful face. It can be seen that she was very happy to be able to return here. Opening the door of the tram, Wu Yan and Hinajuku walked in front to lead the way for the girls. Wu Yan lived in Hakuo Academy for a period of time, so he naturally knows the way around. Hinajuku, being a native of Hakuo Academy, is even more so. She led the group of beautiful girls around her as they strolled around the academy. Along the way, they saw the beautiful environment of the White Emperor College. Even Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki, who came from Tokuwadai, were impressed. In terms of environment, the White Emperor College doesn't lose to Tokuwadai High School at all. With Wu Yan and Chuju leading the way, the girls walked around the White Emperor College. During the walk, they attracted a lot of attention from the White Emperor College's students. It's not just because of the girls' beauty, it's also because the 10 of them aren't wearing uniforms. Of course, there are students who don't wear uniforms in the White Emperor College. Yi Cheng is one of them. Plus, Chuju is the president of the White Emperor College's student council, so they didn't encounter any problems. When it comes to touring Baihuang Academy, the student council's bell tower is a must. With Hinajuku around, the group was able to reach the student council's office. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes lit up as she exclaimed that such a place was worthy of her status as a queen. Of course, she was ignored by the rest of the group. Perhaps it was because it was still class time, so the group of clowns from the student council weren't here. This made Hinajuku a little disappointed, but it was quickly replaced by the excitement of returning home. Leading the group, she walked towards the gate of Baihuang Academy. At the school gate, Hinajuku was smiling happily, because she saw a figure that was unexpected yet expected at the same time. Sister. That's right, it's Chuju's biological sister, Gue Shualu. Chuju. Gue Shualu looked at Chuju in surprise. She was confused when she saw her sister's casual clothes. When Wu Yan left, time stopped in this world. Gue Shualu didn't know that her sister had been gone for a long time. Chuju always wore her uniform when she was in the White Emperor College. As the student council's president, she has to set an example. She has never walked around the White Emperor College in casual clothes. Unlike Gue Shualu, who is surprised, Hinajuku's eyes are a bit red. She followed Wu Yan around the other world and stayed in the Forbidden Tome catalog world. For Hinajuku, it's been a long time since she saw her family, so it's natural for her to feel a bit emotional. But just as Hinajuku was about to jump into her sister's arms, Gue Shualu's words froze her face. All the joy in her heart instantly evaporated into thin air. Gue Shualu didn't know what to think. His face became serious, and he put on a karate stance, facing Hinajuku, and cautiously said, "Hinajuku, are you thinking of skipping class? I won't allow it." Hinajuku's face stiffened and she quickly shook her head. Mikoto and the others nodded their heads, thinking that Gue Shualu is a good sister. She wouldn't condone her sister's bad habits. Only Wu Yan seemed to have thought of something and his eyebrows jumped. And as expected, Gue Shualu's next sentence made the women's faces completely embarrassed. "It's my turn to guard the door today. If you skip class, my salary will be deducted. If my salary is deducted because of you, even if it's my sister, I'll make you pay." Sure enough. Wu Yan couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he covered his head with his hands. The girls behind him felt their legs give way and they all fell to the ground. "Sister! What nonsense are you talking about?" Hinajuku's face was red. Looking at the embarrassed Gue Shualu, she really wanted to give her a kick. At this time, Gue Shualu noticed Wu Yan. He paused for a second before looking at the beautiful girls behind him. He didn't know why, but his expression turned into one of complete shock. Pointing at Chuju, Gue Shualu said angrily, "Chuju, I didn't expect you to become a member of someone else's crystal palace." I. Sister, Chuju's scream echoed throughout the White Emperor College. At the same time, there was a girl's scream. Chapter 381. Chuju took a deep breath as she stared at the door. Her hands started trembling. She wanted to push the door open, but a sense of homesickness rose in her heart. She couldn't even lift her hands. She's been standing at the door for about 15 minutes now. Wu Yan and the others stood behind Chuju. They stared at her without saying a word. It's been less than half a year since Hinajuku left the world of Butler Whirlwind. To the people of this world, it's only a blink of an eye. But Hinajuku couldn't help but act this way. After all, Hinajuku is only 16 years old. Strictly speaking, she's still a child. There are people who are younger than Chuju. Mikoto, Kinuhata Sai, and Frenda are younger than Chuju. However, the three of them grew up in Academy City. In Academy City, even young children don't have parents by their side. They were sent to Academy City from a young age to receive the development of their abilities. Independence is a necessary skill. That's why even Mikoto didn't fully understand Hinajuku's feelings, let alone Kinuhata Sai and Frenda. Takitsubu Riku was the same. Flandra-chan wasn't too mature, so she didn't really understand. As for Ikaros and Astria, they didn't know what was going on. To them, Wu Yan is their only family. Shokuhu Misaki, on the other hand, seems to understand Chuju's feelings. However, she doesn't feel the same way. She has seen the emotions of many people in Academy City. She has seen the emotions of many people in Academy City before. After a long while, Hinajuku finally adjusted her condition. She smiled apologetically at everyone. Then, she pushed open the door to her house. I'm back. Chuju used to shout this sentence several times a day. She would shout it at this time. Her voice. Her voice trembled a little. However, the next moment, a beautiful woman's voice came from the living room. Hinajaku, who was about to step into the house, stopped in mid-air. Hinajaku, you're back so soon? Chuju's mother is sitting on the sofa in the living room. The TV in front of her is playing a tear-jerking soap opera. Chuju's mother is crying her eyes out. She had a handkerchief in her hand and she kept wiping her face. The handkerchief was almost soaked. Chuju saw this scene and it made Chuju laugh. Her unstable emotions calmed down. Chuju walked up to her mother and complained. Mom, your tear line is so easy to break, don't watch such tear-jerking soap operas. However, Mother Hinajaku did not agree and retorted. It's not that my tear line is easy to break, it's just that the plot is too. Before she could finish, Chuju's mother seemed to recall something sad. Tears flowed down her face. Chuju couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Wu Yan and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Flandre-chan looked at Chuju's mother and tugged at Wu Yan's clothes. Big brother, is that Chuju Jiejia's mother? What a strange person, even stranger than my sister. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He silently mourned for Remilia. If Remilia knew that she had such an image in her sister's heart, she would probably smash her dignity to the ground. Hinajaku's mother turned around when she heard Flandre-chan's tender voice. When she saw Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's arms, she flinched for a moment before joy filled her. She quickly walked over to Flandre-chan and she spoke with a loving tone. What a cute little girl. What's your name? Flandre-chan looked innocently at Chuju's mother with her wine-red eyes. Flandre-chan's name is Flandre-chan. Oh, you're called Flandre-chan. Hee, how are you? Hinajaku's mom held Flandre-chan's hand and gently waved it twice, her face full of smiles. One has to say, she's a mature woman indeed. She's really good at treating children. Her behavior won Flandre-chan's favor immediately. Yen, is this little girl your little sister? Hinajaku's mom lifted her head to look at Wu Yan but she quickly froze and exclaimed in surprise. Little Yen, how did your eyes become like that? It's nothing, Ma, don't mind this kind of thing. Wu Yan mumbled. Although Hinajaku's mom still didn't understand, she didn't think too much about it. The children naturally have their own thoughts. Hinajaku's mom still has a lot of trust in Wu Yan who took care of her and her mother. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's insistence on being a housekeeper, Chuju's mother would have taken him in as a foster son. When she mentioned this to Wu Yan almost peed his pants. Nonsense, if he became Chuju's mother's son, wouldn't Chuju be his little sister? To Wu Yan, who wanted to woo the president, this was no less than a bolt from the blue. Naturally, he rejected it as much as he could. At this time, facing Chuju's mother again, Wu Yan felt a little guilty. He couldn't help but look away, not daring to look directly at Chuju's mother's eyes. This made Chuju's mother puzzled again. However, when Hinajaku's mother saw that Hinajaku was behaving the same way beside her, she raised her eyebrows and understood everything. It was obvious that Hinajaku was having an affair and was too embarrassed to face her. With a swish, Chuju's mother looked at Wu Yan and said with a smile, Allah, it seems like you're hiding something from your mother. With that, Chuju's mother reached out and stopped Wu Yan and Chuju from blurting out perfunctorily. Let me guess, what did you do? Glancing at Wu Yan and then at Chuju, Chuju's mother smiled slyly. Could it be that our Chuju is finally bold enough to confess to Yanjun today? Mom! What are you talking about? Hinajaku's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She shouted in embarrassment and irritation. Her yellow-green eyes were filled with indignation. She's already done it with Wu Yan and it's not like she hasn't been ridiculed like this before. However, if it's her own mother, it's a different story. Also, Hinajaku's skin is thin to begin with, what's more, I'm the girl. Shouldn't I guess that the guy confesses to me first? She was also a victim. She was forced to do it, thinking of this, Chuju's eyes became more indignant. She glared at Wu Yan, making Wu Yan smile awkwardly. Chuju's mother also chuckled. Look at you. Even if it's not a confession, it's not far from it. Chuju's mother looked back and forth between Wu Yan and Chuju with great interest and clapped her hands. That's not bad. Yanjun's cooking is so good. If you marry my Chuju, I'll be able to eat it often in the future. Marry, 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 marry. Chuju's face turned red as if the word marry was a great stimulus to her. Her head began to boil. Before this, Chuju had never thought about marriage. Hinajiku's mother was just joking, but seeing her daughter like this, how could she not know what her daughter was thinking in her heart? This time, she seriously thought about it. Chuju seems a little young to get married. But it doesn't matter. It won't be too late in a year or two. Anyway, when I married her father, I wasn't that old. Suddenly, Chuju's mother paused. She glanced behind Wu Yan at the group of girls who had been looking at each other. Then, she smiled at Wu Yan. Of course, the premise is that you can't be a playboy. Other than laughing, what else could he do? Chapter 382. The sun is golden, the beach is golden, the sky is blue, the water is blue, the water is blue, the water is blue, there is no doubt that this is the ocean. Wu Yan and Ko are standing in front of a wooden mansion with a red roof and white walls. They are looking at the beach and the ocean in front of them. The warmest and most comfortable smiles on their faces are a reflection of how they are feeling right now. The ocean. The ocean. Flandrachan's eyes lit up. She threw her little handbag on the ground and cheered. Her little face was full of excitement. Her sweet and innocent voice spread among the crowd, causing the smiles on everyone's face to grow even wider. Oni-san. It's the ocean. The ocean. Flandrachan jumped into Wu Yan's arms and pointed outside. Her red eyes were filled with intoxication. Wu Yan smiled and pinched her cheeks. What's wrong? Is this Flandrachan's first time seeing the ocean? Nodding her little head like she was pounding garlic, Flandrachan once again turned to look at the blue water with a happy smile on her face. Flandrachan has never seen the ocean before. I see. Wu Yan rubbed Flandrachan's head and he looked at the ocean in the distance. This time, we must play to our heart's content. Aha! Shokuhu Misaki stroked her hair, and the corner of her mouth rose. The ocean. Compared to a swimming pool, it does give off a different feeling. Mikoto raised an eyebrow and looked at Shokuhu Misaki. She suddenly asked, have you never been to the sea before? The smile on Shokuhu Misaki's face froze. She covered her mouth with her hand and smiled, but it looked forced. How could I not have been to the ocean? Oh, Mikoto dragged out the word, her teasing tone was obvious. Shokuhu Misaki could no longer maintain her smile. She was angry and was about to retort when Takitsubu Riku pulled her back and smiled apologetically. If these two were to fight, it would be a disaster. There would be no end to it. Hey! Why are you all standing there? Chuju poked her head out of the mansion and shouted at everyone. Go put down your luggage and change your clothes. Oh! Time to change. Astria ran into the mansion first. Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They knew Astria came here just to taste the watermelon and ice cream. Alright, go change your clothes, I will go put down the luggage. Wu Yan turned around and walked towards Chuju. He handed Flandrachan to her. Chuju, I'll leave Flandrachan in your care. Hinajiku nodded and she took Flandrachan. She called out to the others before heading inside. Wu Yan spent a lot of gold coins on this trip to Silveria so that he could enjoy himself to the fullest. The villa has everything he needs, there's even a room full of swimsuits. It's an extravagant place. If it weren't for the fact that Silveria's gold coins are made of real gold, Wu Yan would have spent a lot of money by now. Of course, it was all worth it. When everyone walked into the room, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared in front of them was a dazzling array of swimsuits of various styles and sizes. There were so many types that this group of little girls who had never seen such a big scene before could not help but stare with their eyes wide open. These are all swimsuits? Mikoto's jaw dropped in an exaggerated manner. Even the biggest swimsuit store in Academy City isn't as big as this, right? Where did Yen find a mansion like this? Chuju shook her head with a bitter smile. The world of Hayate the Whirlwind is filled with rich people. She has seen the private swimming pool of Sanxian Nunnery and Yicheng. The swimsuits prepared there are even more extravagant than the ones here, so she wasn't surprised. There are a lot of different types of swimsuits here, some of them are good enough to cover the entire body. However, most of them are too revealing for the girls to see. Some of them only cover the important parts of the body. The girls looked at each other and started to get suspicious. Don't tell me Wu Yan arranged this on purpose? It has to be said that Wu Yan's image in the girls' minds isn't that good. Of course, Flandre-chan and Astria didn't think as much as the other girls. After cheering, they ran into the store to look for their favorite swimsuits. Shokuho Misaki smiled and walked in as well. Anyway, there were only 10 of them in this stall. 9 of them were women, and although the remaining one was a man, which part of his body hadn't he seen before? It doesn't matter what kind of swimsuit she wears. Plus, it's not like there aren't any decent swimsuits here. Why are you thinking so much? No matter how revealing it is, it's better than being naked, right? Frenda shrugged as she giggled at the girls. The girls looked at each other and they nodded helplessly. Even if they are shy, they have to admit that in front of Wu Yan, it doesn't matter what they wear. At this moment, Astria picked up a swimsuit and placed it on top of her body. She yelled as she compared the size of the swimsuit. Hey, how about this one? No. Chuju and Mikoto objected without hesitation. Their faces turned red from embarrassment. What a joke, the one Astria is holding isn't even a swimsuit, it's more like a piece of cloth made of red thread. The pieces of cloth are about the size of their thumbs. Can they even wear something like that? Is that so? Astria shook her head and put the swimsuit back down with a hint of regret. I thought it was pretty good. At this moment, the other girls also started to disperse and look for suitable swimsuits. Kinohita Sayai, who was about to step forward, suddenly thought of something and turned to Takitsubu Riku and said. Takitsubu, super wait for a while before you change. Stay here and super watch, I don't want that super pervert to come in. That won't happen. Takitsubu Riku smiled sheepishly. However, her tone is indescribably weak. Obviously, even she feels that there's a high chance that Wu Yan will barge in. Once again, Wu Yan's image in the girls' hearts isn't that great. Mikoto, which one do you think is better? Hinajuku looked at the swimsuits that were similar to underwear, but she didn't even look at the cloth and lines. She said to Mikoto, looking like she couldn't make up her mind. I think this one is good. Mikoto looked around and picked up a swimsuit that was similar to the school's swimsuit. There's a lot of places that can be covered. But as soon as she said that, Mikoto was stunned. Her brown eyes suddenly flashed with starlight as she stared at a swimsuit, unable to look away. Hinajuku suspiciously turned her head to look. She was stunned for a moment, then she smiled helplessly. That's because the swimsuit that Mikoto is looking at has a tight-fitting top and a pleated skirt. There are some white dots in the brown. How should I put it, it's pretty cute. Hinajuku looked at the tea-colored bra and said meaningfully, it suits you, Mikoto, ah. Mikoto jumped like a startled deer, and her face turned red. What are you talking about? I won't wear a kid's swimsuit. Yes, that's right. Seeing the smile on Hinajuku's face, Mikoto's voice became weaker and weaker. She lowered her head, blushed, and couldn't speak. Hinajaku couldn't help but laugh. Wear it if you like it. I think Yen will like it too. Who wants him to like it? Even though she said that, Mikoto's eyes were already looking at the swimsuit. Chuju felt helpless. She picked up the swimsuit and shoved it into Mikoto's arms before pushing her into the changing room. Wait. Chapter 383. Without a doubt, the amount of time a girl needs to put on makeup, change clothes, and tidy up her hair isn't something other activities can compare to. Even changing into a bathing suit that doesn't have much fabric took a full hour. Other than Wu Yen, the other 9 girls are standing in the middle of the bathing suit room. All of them have changed into bathing suits. If Wu Yen was here, he'd be dizzy just looking at them. Chuju is wearing a pink bathing suit. The top is tied with 2 straps at the back of her neck and the bottom is a very classic bikini style. Her pink hair and pink bathing suit together, it's like they were born to be together. Mikoto is wearing the bathing suit that Chuju forced on her. The color is brown with some white dots. It matches her hair color very well. The upper part is a tight-fitting suit with a pleated skirt. Even if it's a little underage, it's still very suitable for Mikoto. Standing next to Mikoto was Frenda. She had already taken off her black beret and her blonde hair was tied up. Frenda didn't lose her original cuteness, but she also looked a little weak. She was wearing a revealing red swimsuit that crossed her chest. She looked cute, weak, and sexy all at once. To sum it up, she looked cute, weak, and sexy all at once. To sum it up, Frenda, she's very cute. Compared to the 3 girls, Kinohita Sayai's swimsuit was a bit more common. It was the school swimsuit that Mikoto picked up before. It covered her petite body tightly, but the color was white. Coupled with Kinohita Sayai's seductive snow-white thighs, it didn't lose any of her charm. Instead, it brought out the beauty of her long legs. Flandrechan's bathing suit is a proper children's bathing suit. The color is her favorite red and white. The design is similar to Mikoto's. Of course. With Flandrechan's cute face, no matter what she wears, she'll attract a lot of attention, especially from some weird uncles. These 5 girls are the epitome of beauty, cuteness, and beauty. If they go out in public, they'll definitely dazzle a bunch of perverts. She was also very satisfied with her image. Before the other 4 girls came out of the dressing room, she had already changed her clothes. At this time, the 5 of them. Aside from Flandrechan, the smiles on the other 4 girls' faces disappeared the moment the 4 girls came out of the changing room. All that was left was unwillingness, jealousy, and unwillingness. Jealousy, and hatred. Shokuhu Misaki walked in front of the girls, revealing her beige bikini under the envious gazes of the girls. Her lips curled into a sly smile, and her body swayed with every step she took. Her voluptuous breasts bounced up and down, making her look extremely seductive. Ikaros had a calm expression, but her body didn't seem to want to be left out. The black and white striped bikini couldn't restrain her voluptuous breasts. Even though she wasn't as graceful as Shokuhu Misaki, her charm didn't lose to her at all. In fact, she's a little more charming. Astria, on the other hand, was the one who pissed off Mikoto, Hinajaku, Frenda, and Kinohita Sayai the most. After coming out of the changing room, Astria jumped up and down in her pure white bikini with a happy expression. However, her large breasts bounced up and down with each jump, causing the 4 girls to almost spit fire from their eyes. On the other hand, Takitsubu Riku followed behind Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, and Astria with a sullen expression on her face. She felt like she didn't have the right to stand next to them. But reality proved that her voluptuous breasts under the contrast of the black bikini made it clear to everyone that she had a place in Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, and Astria's group. Chuju, Mikoto, Kinohita Sayai, and Frenda sized up Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, Astria, and Takitsubu Riku as if they were trying to find a loophole. After a while, they looked at each other and lowered their heads in dejection. Without a doubt, in the war between the Pauper Party and the Jiru Party, the Pauper Party lost. Frenda carefully looked at her petite body, gritted her teeth, and muttered angrily. Humph, what's the point of having a good body? Right now, having a good body doesn't mean you're the winner, having a cute face is the way to go. Chuju, Mikoto, and Kinohita Sai heard Frenda's grumbling and their expressions lightened up. Of course, just because they got over it doesn't mean others will let them off the hook. Shokuho Misaki glanced at Mikoto's swimsuit and chuckled. Her chuckle was indescribably creepy. "Era, Misaka-san, your swimsuit is pretty cute." Mikoto's expression changed dramatically. She forced a smile and said, "You think so too?" "I think so too, at least you won't show off like that." She's mocking Shokuho Misaki for showing off. Showing off isn't a bad thing. Shokuho Misaki smiled and yawned. She stretched her body and pushed her voluptuous breasts up. She almost broke the straps of her swimsuit. Even if you want to show off, you need to have what it takes to do so. Shokuho Misaki looked at Mikoto's body and said meaningfully. "Of course, Misaka-san, if you want to show off, you'll have to wait a few years, no, maybe a decade." Beep. A bolt of lightning flashed across Mikoto's forehead, illuminating her embarrassed and angry face. She glared at Shokuho Misaki with rage. Shokuho Misaki, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about the fact that she's powerless. She was still giggling as if she knew Mikoto wouldn't attack her. Mikoto almost lost her rationality. At this time, Flandre-chan pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and pulled Hinagiku's hand. "Sister Hinagiku, can we go out now? Flandre-chan wants Oni-san to see her swimsuit." Hinagiku smiled sheepishly. "It's not that I don't want to go out, it's just that these two haven't settled their grudge yet." Mikoto, on the other hand, smiled brightly at Flandre-chan's words. Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki and smiled. "What's the point of showing off? Are you going to seduce other men? I think it's fine if you don't have the right to show off, as long as you say you like it." Simple words. That's what everyone wanted. Chuju, Kinohita Sai, and Frenda, who were looking down, suddenly regained their spirit. Astria and Takitsubu Riku, who weren't interested in this cup war, also perked up. Even Ikaros, who didn't say anything, had ripples in her eyes. Does he like my outfit or not? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, even Shokuho Misaki. However, Mikoto's counterattack made Shokuho Misaki unhappy. She immediately retorted. "Little Yen will definitely like it." Shokuho Misaki sounded confident. Wu Yan's personality is something that even Hinagiku, Mikoto, and the others know about. She's good at manipulating people's minds. To put it simply, he doesn't care about outsiders, but he's a pervert to them. Shokuho Misaki is confident in her body, so she didn't think that Wu Yan wouldn't be attracted to her. When they're in bed, her body is one of the most delightful to him. Of course, all the girls felt the same way except for Astria. She was the only one who didn't get pushed down. She didn't know what Wu Yan thought of her. Chapter 384. Beside the Azure Sea, on the Golden Beach, several huge parasols had appeared out of nowhere. Under the huge parasols, there were 10 long reclining chairs. Several small round tables were placed between these reclining chairs, on which there were various iced drinks and desserts. In the hot weather, one couldn't help but feel a chill in one's heart when looking at it. Under one of the umbrellas, Wu Yan is wearing a pair of shorts. He's wearing a pair of sunglasses and he's leisurely sipping from a bottle of drink. He looks like he's having a good time. Oni-chan, master. Flandre-chan and Astria ran over and jumped under the parasols. However, one of them jumped on Wu Yan while the other jumped on the table filled with drinks and desserts. When Flandre-chan jumped into Wu Yan's arms, a creaking sound could be heard. Wu Yan didn't feel any pain from Flandre-chan's attack, but the recliner under him groaned in pain. Wu Yan might be strong enough to withstand Flandrachon's attack, but he still had a drink in his mouth. Flandrachon's attack caused Wu Yan's eyes to bulge. The drink in his mouth turned into a mist and splashed onto the beach. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he hugged Flandrachon. "Flandrachon, are you trying to choke me to death?" Flandrachon stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. However, she didn't want to come down and she snuggled into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Huh. Yan, you're quite fast. You've even prepared all these." Hinagiku leisurely walked in front of Wu Yan, staring at the parasols and said with a bit of surprise. Wu Yan can only roll his eyes and said in an exasperated tone. "What do you mean fast? These things. It took me an hour to prepare them. That's the time you two took to change." Hinagiku chuckled dryly before muttering to herself. "What are you talking about? Girls change clothes. It takes some time anyway. Unlike you." Then Chuju glanced at Wu Yan. "He's naked except for a pair of shorts." She blushed and turned her head away. Even though the two of them have been naked for quite some time now. "Big brother, look at this swimsuit I'm wearing. Isn't it beautiful?" Flandrachon lifted her head from Wu Yan's arms. She tried her best to raise her body so that Wu Yan could see her. She looked at Wu Yan with anticipation. "Not bad. It's cute." Smiling at Flandrachon, Wu Yan nodded in approval. Flandrachon couldn't help but giggle in delight. At this time, Wu Yan noticed that the girls had all come out of the villa. They followed behind Chuju and appeared in front of Wu Yan. Their swimsuits of different sizes stunned Wu Yan. He couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Wu Yan's reaction was seen by the girls. Seeing Wu Yan in a daze, the girls smiled. They were very excited. After all, they were just discussing whether Wu Yan liked them or not. Wu Yan's reaction was enough to explain everything. Shokuhu Misaki came out of the crowd and came in front of Wu Yan. She grabbed his arm and pressed her breasts against Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan couldn't take it anymore. "Little Yan, do you like my swimsuit?" Shokuhu Misaki smiled sweetly at Wu Yan. At the same time, she didn't stop. She continued to rub against Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan knew Shokuhu Misaki's personality very well. He could guess why she suddenly used her seduction ability. She must be trying to steal Mikoto's attention again. Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto's pale face. He was even more certain of his guess. He became vigilant. He didn't want to say the wrong thing and cause a fire in his backyard. "Not bad, it looks good." Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't mention whether he liked it or not. Mikoto relaxed a bit, but Shokuhu Misaki was also displeased by his response. Shokuhu Misaki touched her face. She looked like she was about to cry. "Did I really become old? Little Yan, you don't like me anymore?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and the corner of his mouth started twitching. He wanted to flip the table. Shokuhu Misaki might have become old, but she must have lost her integrity. He rubbed his forehead and he didn't say anything else. Shokuhu Misaki got bored and her tearful expression disappeared. She clicked her tongue and she turned her head away in frustration. She saw Mikoto gloating at her misfortune. She's saying, "See? You only know how to show off." Shokuhu Misaki's expression froze up. She bit her lip and looked at Wu Yan. Her starry eyes turned around and after her first plan failed, she came up with another. She grinned. She pulled out a bottle of sunscreen from somewhere and held it in her hand. She looked at Wu Yan with hope in her eyes. "Little Yan, help me put on the sunscreen." When the words "use sunscreen" came out of her mouth, Wu Yan's emotionless face rippled and his heart rippled as well. How could Wu Yan not know what it means to put on sunscreen? It means that his chance to take advantage of her has arrived. The other girls were shocked as well. They didn't expect Shokuhu Misaki to have such a trick up her sleeves. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with a sinister glint. Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki with surprise. Wu Yan knew that something must have happened between these girls, otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting in the dark like this. Wu Yan told himself that he must not get involved in this. His past experiences have proven that if he gets involved, the one who will suffer in the end will be him. When he heard that Shokuhu Misaki wanted him to help her apply sunscreen, he tossed his guard aside. He took the sunscreen from her and he pretended to sigh. "I really don't know what to do with you." The girls were furious. They cursed Wu Yan for being a pervert. How could he be seduced so easily? Shokuhu Misaki gave Mikoto a provocative look. Mikoto gritted her teeth in anger. She stood up and pointed at Wu Yan while shouting loudly. "Me too. Help me put on the sunscreen too." Mikoto ignored Wu Yan and she looked at Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki didn't back down and she glared back at Mikoto. Their gazes collided with each other and it felt like a storm of blood was about to erupt. As for Wu Yan, looking at the two beauties going at each other like this, he had a timid look on his face but inside, he's laughing like a flower. He finally realized that a fire in the backyard doesn't necessarily mean it's a fire that's burning the eyebrows, it could also bring about a lot of benefits. In any case, in the end, he would be the one who would gain the most advantage from the fight between the two women. Behind Mikoto, Hanajuku and the other girls looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. They knew that Wu Yan is going to be the final winner. Thus, Hanajuku picked up Flandre-chan. "Hey, Flan, big sister will take you swimming, okay?" Flandre-chan's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands and cheered. "Okay, okay, okay. Flan wants to swim." Kinohita Sai and Frenda looked at each other and said at the same time. "We want to go too." The four beauties left just like that. Astria only had food in her eyes. Only Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku were left. After some hesitation, Ikaros stood up and lowered her head shyly. "Ma master, I want to." "Me too." Takitsubu Riku raised her hand meekly to show that she was willing to be taken advantage of. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, and Takitsubu Riku. He smiled wickedly. "Since you guys came to me willingly, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 385. Not far away from the beach, Chuju, Flandre-chan, Kinohita Sai, and Frenda were happily playing in the water. They seemed to have forgotten about the conflict in the mansion. Astria was still eating and drinking under a parasol. Everything looked so peaceful. Shokuhu Misaki, Mikoto, and Takitsubu Riku were lying on 3 mats under a coconut tree. Behind them, a wolf was uncorking a bottle of sunscreen. Its claws were rubbing against each other, it looked like it was ready to pounce. As for Ikaros, she's just standing there in a daze. Her indigo eyes stared at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Since there are only 3 mats, Ikaros was excluded from the list and temporarily escaped from Wu Yan's clutches. However, she doesn't seem to be too happy about it. Shokuhu Misaki glanced sideways at Mikoto, and Mikoto did the same thing. Both of their gazes collided with each other, and it seemed like they were still competing. Takitsubu Riku, on the other hand, seemed to be frightened by the atmosphere between the two. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at them. Who's going first?" Applying sunscreen on his hand, Wu Yan glanced at the two girls. He pretended he didn't see the interaction between the two girls and told them. However, his voice couldn't hide the excitement in it. "Of course I'll go first." Shokuhu Misaki immediately said. Mikoto shut her mouth. She turned her head away angrily. "It doesn't matter who goes first, it's not like they said that whoever goes first wins." Shokuhu Misaki seemed to have seen through Mikoto's thoughts. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. It was a meaningful smile. Shokuhu Misaki straightened her body and reached behind her back. She pulled out her swimsuit. She undid it. Wu Yan's hand trembled and he almost smeared the sunscreen on the coconut tree. Mikoto's expression changed as well before her expression changed drastically. The redness began to spread to her face. It looked like she was provoked by something. He shouted angrily at Shokuhu Misaki. You, what are you doing? You filthy woman. Shokuhu Misaki laughed and mocked Mikoto, Era. Misaka classmate, what you're saying isn't right. Isn't it normal to use sunscreen? Don't tell me that Misaka-san wants to make your skin black and white? But. Mikoto blushed, stuttered. But this is the beach, in public. Shokuhu Misaki shook her head and looked at Mikoto with disdain. There are no other men on the beach, and Xiao Yan is my lover. Xiao Yan has already seen my body. My lover. Mikoto lowered her head. Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki could see steam coming out of Mikoto's head. Shokuhu Misaki's bold statement was a fatal blow to Mikoto. Shokuhu Misaki smiled triumphantly. She didn't even notice that a certain wolf behind her was trying its best to turn its neck, trying to see through Shokuhu Misaki's back. It wanted to see all of her breasts but it was quickly disappointed. Shokuhu Misaki made it sound like she's a generous person but she's not that generous to expose her ample bosom to the sun. She prodded Mikoto for a bit before she laid down on the mat. Her two bunnies pressed down on the mat and her ample bosom started poking out. Wu Yan's mouth went dry when he saw this. He almost lost control of himself and decided to use Shokuhu Misaki to vent his lust. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Shokuhu Misaki's back and he decided to let go of his pretense. He applied sunscreen on his hand and he pressed down on Shokuhu Misaki's back. Ah! The sudden chill made Shokuhu Misaki scream. Mikoto, Ikaros, and Takitsubu Riku's face turned red when they heard Shokuhu Misaki's scream. Wu Yan rubbed his hand on Shokuhu Misaki's back and spread the sunscreen on her back. Shokuhu Misaki's beautiful long hair covered her entire back. Wu Yan rubbed her back gently and a pleasant sensation came from his hand. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Maybe Wu Yan's technique was too good but Shokuhu Misaki's face started to turn red. Shokuhu Misaki felt like Wu Yan's hand was magical. The heat from his hand made Shokuhu Misaki moan. Shokuhu Misaki's face turned red when she realized how embarrassing her voice was. She regretted her actions. Shokuhu Misaki never thought that Wu Yan's hand would make her lose her composure. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have fought with Mikoto even if she was beaten to death. It was better than making such embarrassing sounds in front of Mikoto. Shokuhu Misaki didn't know that Mikoto didn't have the time to think about this. She was scared silly by Shokuhu Misaki's shinin. At this time, Mikoto was worried that when it was her turn, she wouldn't be able to do the same. Takitsubu Riku was the same. Shokuhu Misaki couldn't hold back her sobs anymore. She couldn't let Wu Yan continue like this. If this continues, she'll be embarrassed. Under Wu Yan's touch, her body started to feel a strange sensation. Her skin started to turn red and she started to panic. At the end of the day, Shokuhu Misaki only had sex with Wu Yan once. She didn't sleep with Wu Yan after that. After tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, her resistance to this kind of thing dropped quite a bit. Now that Wu Yan is teasing her, it's only natural for her to react. Worried that she might embarrass herself, Shokuhu Misaki quickly explained herself. Okay, Yen-chan, go help Misaka-san. Shokuhu Misaki wanted to stop but a certain someone didn't want to. How is it okay? There are still a lot of places that haven't been cleaned yet. Wu Yan said in a righteous tone. He didn't seem like he was going to stop. Shokuhu Misaki was stunned. She realized that in the end, this wolf is going to be the one who will win. Before Shokuhu Misaki could react, an indescribable sense of pleasure surged through her body. Shokuho Misaki couldn't hold her breath, so a seductive moan escaped her lips. Shokuho Misaki finally panicked. Shokuho Misaki's bikini-covered lower half of her body, a hand had already reached in and grabbed her buttocks and started to rub them hard. No, no way, Shokuho Misaki stared blankly at the hand on her buttocks. She panicked when she thought about her current state. If Misaka Mikoto saw her like this, she wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Fortunately, Mikoto was scared by Shokuho Misaki's moans. She buried her head like Takitsubo Riku. Shokuho Misaki heaved a sigh of relief. The smart Shokuho Misaki knew that she couldn't back down now. She could either surrender and beg Wu Yen in front of Mikoto for mercy. However, she would rather die than make this choice. Rather than begging Wu Yen for mercy in front of Misaka Mikoto, he might as well continue to shinin. At least he can use the excuse of being too comfortable to refuse. However, if he begs for mercy, he will be laughed at by Misaka Mikoto for the rest of his life. Shokuho Misaki had no choice but to endure Wu Yan's assault. She tried her best to hold back her moans. Chapter 386. Big Sister. Quick! Go there! Go there! Pointing in a random direction, Flandre-chan chuckled at Frenda, who is sitting on her back. Her voice is filled with joy. This game may seem childish, but Flandre-chan is having a lot of fun playing it. Yes, 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 I got it. Frenda sighed helplessly. She wasn't happy about Flandre-chan calling her Big Sister, because her name is so similar to Flandre-chan's. Flandre-chan had no choice but to call her Big Sister. But I told you not to move around, okay? Otherwise, I won't be able to stand properly. Wah! As soon as she finished speaking, Frenda stepped on a round rock. She lost her balance and fell down. Flandre-chan, who was riding on her shoulder, fell into the water as well. Wah! Ah! Frenda was shocked. She quickly carried Flandre-chan out of the water. Flandre-chan had swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater and her face was filled with bitterness. She stuck out her tongue and her face fell. Pooey pooey, it's disgusting. Are you super okay? Kinohita Sai looked at Flandre-chan and asked. She put a swimming ring on Flandre-chan so that she can float on the water. Flandre-chan looked at Kinohita Sai with a bitter face and shook her head. She stuck out her tongue again. Why is the water in the sea so disgusting? Kinohita Sai and Frenda looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. How are they supposed to explain such a profound question to a child? Even if they roughly explained it, Flandre-chan would only be confused. She might even ask more questions. They've seen a lot of this in Academy City. Chuju swam over from afar and kicked the water with her little legs. She looks like she's having a lot of fun. But if you look closely, you'll notice that Chuju's yellow-green eyes are constantly looking at the beach. Seriously, why are they taking so long? At this moment, under a coconut tree in the distance. The ripples were still going on. Isn't it time to change the person? Shokuho Misaki's face was flushed red. Finally, she could not help but turn around to look at Wu Yen. Shokuho Misaki felt that her eyes were filled with water vapor, and they were rippling like the surface of a lake. If Wu Yen continues like this, I will really lose my composure. Wu Yen giggled as he toyed with Jusama's buttocks. He pulled his hand out of Shokuho Misaki's bikini pants. Shokuho Misaki released a sigh of relief. However, Shokuho Misaki's heart skipped a beat the next second. Her heart skipped a beat. Wait, Shokuho Misaki felt Wu Yan's hand slowly move from her buttocks to her soft back, then from her soft back to the sides. Shokuho Misaki couldn't help but open her mouth. Unfortunately, Shokuho Misaki couldn't speak anymore. His hand gently pressed and pinched Shokuho Misaki's soft buttocks. Wu Yan could clearly feel Shokuhu Misaki's body trembling along with his movements. Her skin started to turn red. Wu Yan laughed in his heart. As expected, her chest is Jusama's weakness. Shokuhu Misaki bit her lips to stop herself from letting out the moans that were already at her throat. Shokuhu Misaki wanted to cry but no tears came out. For the first time in her life, Shokuhu Misaki hated her breasts. No matter the shape, size, or smoothness, Shokuhu Misaki was always proud of her breasts. But why was it her sensitive spot? Her body trembled along with Wu Yan's touch. Shokuhu Misaki's heart trembled along with it. Her body was getting weaker and weaker. Shokuhu Misaki wanted to beg for mercy, but when she remembered that Misaka Mikoto was beside her, she couldn't bring herself to do so. In the end, she could only look at Wu Yan with pleading eyes. Wu Yan continued to pinch Shokuhu Misaki's soft buttocks. Shokuhu Misaki moaned a few times before he finally pulled his hand back. At the same time, Shokuhu Misaki lost all her strength and collapsed onto the mat. She gasped for air and couldn't lift her body. She still needs more training. Shokuhu Misaki wanted to punch him in the face. Wu Yan turned around and smiled at Mikoto. Mikoto, it's your turn, huh? Mikoto raised her head and saw Shokuhu Misaki's blushing face. Recalling Shokuhu Misaki's shinin, Mikoto's face turned even redder. I think I should ask Chuja to help me, Mikoto giggled. She couldn't help but avert her gaze. When she thought about how she will end up like Shokuhu Misaki, her heart started pounding. She hurriedly said that and she stood up. Suddenly, Shokuhu Misaki, who was still gasping for air, got up from the mat. She didn't care that her boobs were exposed to Wu Yan as she pounced on Mikoto. She hugged Mikoto's waist and pressed Mikoto back down on the mat. You! What are you doing? Mikoto was shocked when she saw Shokuhu Misaki hugging her waist and refusing to let her get up. Mikoto yelled. Shokuhu Misaki's face was still flushed red and she was still panting, but she forced a smile on her face. She gritted her teeth and said to Mikoto, "Humph, since this queen is already in this state, don't you dare think you can stay out of this. You damn woman." Mikoto finally understood that Shokuhu Misaki was trying to drag her down with her. She screamed and pushed Shokuhu Misaki away with all her might. "Yen! Quick! Help her put on the sunscreen!" Shokuhu Misaki shouted at the dumbfounded Wu Yan. At the same time, she unleashed her full potential. As a sports idiot, Shokuhu Misaki managed to restrict Mikoto's movements. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan's jaw dropped as he watched the two girls wrestle with each other. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shokuhu Misaki is really desperate. She actually helped her husband hold down another woman. Fine, Wu Yan has to admit that this is an unimaginable situation. It's a good thing anyway. Wu Yan snickered and rubbed the sunscreen on his hands. He quickly reached out with both hands and pressed them on Mikoto's cute bra. Mikoto stiffened up and her hands that were pushing Shokuhu Misaki went limp. Mikoto's face turned red as she yelled at Wu Yan in a coquettish manner. "Yen, you idiot!" Ugh! Before Mikoto could finish her words, a pair of large hands covered in sunscreen slid under her bra and into her chest. Grabbing her two little white bunnies, he began to gently knead them. Mikoto's brown eyes glazed over. She lost all her strength and collapsed on the mat, allowing Wu Yan to do whatever he wants to her. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes flashed with pride and she followed suit. That's because one of Wu Yan's hands came out of Mikoto's bra and grabbed one of her breasts. Grabbing a pair of big and small boobs, he pinched them while squinting his eyes. He turned to look at Takitsubu Riki, who was petrified, and sighed in his heart. "Hands, why don't you have two more?" Wu Yan chuckled as he removed his hands from Mikoto's breasts and placed them on the trembling Takitsubu Riku. He gently undid the straps on her swimsuit. Chapter 387. Time passed by slowly. The noon sun is slowly setting in the west. Chuju, Flandrachan, Kinohita Sai, and Frenda are starting to feel tired. They originally wanted to wait for Wu Yan and the others to come down and play together, but they gave up on the idea and headed back to the beach. When the four girls returned to the shelter, a long barbecue grill was set up there. There were all kinds of meat slices and skewers placed on top of the grill. Wu Yan was standing behind the grill, spinning the grill in his hand as he tossed the raw meat from the table beside him into the grill. The barbecued meat on the grill started to glow. Wu Yan skillfully sprinkled some seasonings on the barbecued meat before brushing it with a layer of oil. Instantly, the barbecued meat turned into a golden-orange color. The aroma of the barbecued meat made one salivate. One look and you can tell that the barbecued meat isn't just beautiful on the surface. Astria stared at the barbecued meat with her crimson eyes. The aroma of the barbecued meat wafted into her nose. Astria couldn't help but twitch her nose. Her face was filled with desire. That was to be expected. With Astria's digestive system, as long as the food wasn't too disgusting, she could eat it all. Even raw food that wasn't processed wasn't too bad. Wu Yan's culinary skills are top-notch. On the ability tab. Even though he doesn't have cooking expert anymore, it's only because he merged it with infinite martial arts. Wu Yan still has cooking expert. Back then, Kaishu-sama was slowly conquered by Wu Yan's stomach before he started attacking her heart. Even Kaishu-sama couldn't resist the temptation of Wu Yan's delicious food, let alone Astria who has a huge appetite. Master. Astria looked at Wu Yan with teary eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Her eyes were filled with pity. It's obvious that this gluttonous angel who just stuffed 10 cakes into her mouth was once again lured out by Wu Yan. Got it, I'll be done soon. Wu Yan chuckled at Astria. He couldn't help but sneak a peek at Astria's flat stomach. He complained in his mind. Which part of Astria's body did she stuff all those things into? Is this the reason why Astria's combat prowess is so strong? She's a god of war. Is it because she has the ability to transform food into combat power? Flandrachan saw this scene and yelled out. He immediately yelled and ran over. Hinajaku, Kinohita Sai, and Frenda wrinkled their noses in dissatisfaction. You're back? Wu Yan flashed a bright smile as he greeted the four girls. He acted like nothing happened. It's very infuriating. We've been waiting for you in the water for half a day. I didn't expect you to be enjoying a barbecue here. Chuju walked in front of the grill and snorted at Wu Yan. She sounded annoyed. Ma. Wu Yan waved his hand and continued what he was doing. He looked up at Hinajaku. I was worried that you might get hungry, so I prepared some food for you. Kinohita Sai raised an eyebrow. She looked at Wu Yan and mocked him. Are you really that considerate? Frenda tilted her head and glanced at Wu Yan. She asked suspiciously. So, did you do something bad that you don't want us to know? Is that why you're having a barbecue here, to cover it up? His body trembled for a bit before he regained his composure. Wu Yan shook his head as he laughed at the three girls. Inside, he's scared witless. Kinohita Sai and Frenda, they've only been with him for less than 2 months, yet they know him so well. Don't tell me they know the rumored mind-reading ability? Chuju narrowed her eyes and looked around. She suddenly remembered the sunscreen incident. She turned to Wu Yan and asked in a serious tone. Where are Mikoto and the others? His body trembled and he almost dropped the barbecued meat in his hand onto Kaishu-sama's flat breasts. Wu Yan laughed dryly and he gestured towards the coconut tree beside him with his lips. Aren't they sunbathing over there? Chuju, Kinohita Sai, and Frenda looked in the direction Wu Yan pointed at. They saw Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and Takitsubu Riku lying on a mat under the coconut tree. They looked like they had fallen asleep. Ikaros was fanning them. It did look like they were sunbathing. The three girls were relieved. Of course, if the three girls were to get close to Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and to Kitsubu Riku, they would notice that their skin is flushed red and their swimsuits are a little messy. Most importantly, their bodies are trembling and their chests are heaving up and down violently. Retracting their gaze, they looked at the barbecued meat on the grill. Kinohita Sayai and Frenda swallowed their saliva as they looked at the golden barbecued meat on the grill. Looks like it's super delicious. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking. Looking at Kinohita Sayai and Frenda's drooling faces, Wu Yen smiled proudly. Chuju stroked her pink hair and said with a sigh. Yen, you're really good at cooking. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I've eaten your cooking. She recalled the first time she met Wu Yen. She brought him to the student council for revision, she brought him to the exams and she took in the homeless Wu Yen as her housekeeper. They went to school together, left class together, and went home together. When it was time for their meals, she and her mother would sit at the dining table and wait for Wu Yan's cooking. She would eat as much as she could. The memories kept replaying in her mind and a warm smile slowly blossomed on her face. Looking at Wu Yen, her gaze gradually softened. After all, those days may have been ordinary but for Hinajuku, it was a very happy and unforgettable experience. After becoming Wu Yan's summon, Chuju's days were very fulfilling and happy. Even more so after having Mikoto and the others as her friends. Even though there were dangerous battles, it's undeniable that compared to her previous life, Chuju was happier when she was with Wu Yen. The only blemish was that this scoundrel had too many girls around him. Thinking up to here, Hinajuku's gentle gaze started to show signs of dissatisfaction. Coincidentally, Wu Yen raised his head at this moment. He didn't see Kaishu-sama's gentle gaze but this dissatisfaction is well hidden. His body trembled again as his heart started beating faster. Did she find out about his sunscreen incident? Master, are you done yet? Astria's wings started flapping as hard as they could. Her pure white wings unfurled and the feathers started falling towards the barbecue on the grill. Chuju, Kinohita Sayai, and Frenda were shocked. Their 3 pairs of arms and 6 palms quickly waved above the grill to catch the feathers that fell from Astria's wings. Oi, don't throw the feathers around. No matter how fragrant the meat is, once it's stained with feathers, I won't dare to eat it anymore. Kinohita Sayai grabbed a handful of feathers and muttered in dissatisfaction. Frenda nodded her head furiously as she looked at the barbecued meat on the grill with lingering fear. It seems like they were really attracted by the aroma. I can't wait anymore. Astria pouted and said with teary eyes. Wu Yen couldn't help but feel helpless. He looked at Chuju and said. Chuju, go get some desserts for Astria to fill her stomach. Hinajuku nodded and Astria cheered before jumping into Wu Yan's arms. Yay! Master is the best. Disciple. Let go. Meet. Meet. The sun slowly sank below the horizon amidst the laughter of the crowd. Chapter 388. Happy times always pass by quickly. Amidst the laughter of the group of 10, the curtain of night was about to fall in the blink of an eye. When the sun set from above the sea level to the other side, the sky suddenly darkened and then brightened up again. Different from the daytime, the white cloud ribbons in the sky were now emitting faint red stars and light, illuminating the entire sky with the color of dusk and then the silver of the stars. Under the beautiful starlight, the stones that didn't seem to have any color during the day were now shining brightly like bright red diamonds. It was so beautiful that the group of 10 people standing by the beach were all stunned by it. That's right. That's right. It's so beautiful. Flandrachan's wine-red eyes were filled with splendor as she stared at the horizon and the ocean. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly together. The lively Flandrachan seemed to have lost her ability to speak and move at this moment. She could only mutter a sentence to express her current feelings. Hinajuku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were also looking at the beautiful scenery. Everyone's heart calmed down. The beautiful scenery created a picturesque scene with the sea and sky. After a while, Chuju smiled. She said softly, "This time, I was right to come." The girls nodded and they smiled. Wu Yan's heart blossomed when he saw the smiles on the girls' faces. He put on the most comfortable smile and the 9 girls looked at him in a daze. "Nana, Oni-chan." Flandre-chan tugged on Wu Yan's hand. She stared at Wu Yan's face with her ruby-like eyes. She looked at him with a hopeful expression. Next time, bring Flandre-chan and the other sisters to the beach, okay?" Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls turned to look at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with hope. Just like Flandre-chan. They were all hopeful. It seems like they are also hopeful. They can go on a beach trip like this again. Wu Yan smiled. He squatted down and picked up Flandre-chan. He looked at the girls and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "So, did you girls have fun today?" Hinajuku laughed, Mikoto laughed, the girls all laughed. They all looked at each other before turning to Wu Yan and said in unison. "Of course." Wu Yan laughed out loud and he hugged Flandre-chan even tighter. "All right then, let's do it again next time." "Yay!" the girls cheered. As night fell, the 10 of them returned to the villa. They laid out the barbecued meat that Wu Yan just finished roasting in the living room along with the desserts, snacks, and drinks that they prepared beforehand. The 10 of them formed a circle as they laughed and joked around while destroying the food in front of them. Each of them had a wide grin on their faces. Of course, they weren't always harmonious. For example, Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki were eternal rivals. They would quarrel every now and then and they would turn their fire on Wu Yan. Wu Yan was under a lot of pressure. Flandre-chan, on the other hand, got together with Astria. Flandre-chan looked like a child less than 10 years old while Flandre-chan looked like a young lady in her prime. However, both of them had the same naivety and intelligence. Therefore, it was a perfect fit for both of them to be together. Of course, that's if Astria doesn't teach Flandre-chan how to eat. Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku have been in the same organization ever since they were in Academy City. That's why their relationship is so good. No matter where they go, they get along very well. After that, they got together with Shokuhu Misaki in Silveria World Institute. That's why they're not as unfamiliar with each other as they were in the beginning. On the other hand, Hinajuku and Ikaros are actually able to chat and laugh together. This really surprised him. But it's not that strange. Hinajuku may be at Sundra but she still has an unconcealable gentleness in her bones. Ikaros is the same, she's as gentle as water towards the people she cares about. In a way, they are similar in some ways. In fact, strictly speaking, the 9 girls present more or less had some similarities. Even though their personalities were quite different, they were all the same. They wouldn't hesitate to do stupid things for the people they cared about. Perhaps this was the reason why the girls were willing to come together despite the constant friction on the surface. Before the party ended, Shokuhu Misaki frowned. She tugged at her swimsuit and turned to Wu Yan. "Yen, where's the bathroom? My body feels sticky after soaking in the seawater, it's a little uncomfortable." Hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, the girls quieted down and started to frown. Indeed, after hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, they started to feel a little uncomfortable. Wu Yan paused for a second before nodding his head. He mused for a bit before smiling. "I remember that when I rented this villa, I saw in the introduction that there was a hot spring in one of the rooms on the ground floor." The eyes of the girls brightened up and their spirits jolted. Their faces showed traces of excitement which made Wu Yan chuckle. He knew it, girls have zero resistance to hot springs and whatnot. The room on the ground floor? I got it. Mikoto stood up impatiently and pulled Hinajuku over. Chuju, let's go soak in the hot spring together. Hinajaku nodded immediately. She was also looking forward to the hot spring. All the girls were the same. After soaking in the sea water, they could soak in the hot spring. It must be said that this was a very tempting experience. So, one by one, they stood up from the floor and ran towards the hot spring in groups. We haven't finished eating yet. Wu Yan was stunned when he saw all the girls running out. He quickly called out to the girls, but what he got in return was a voice that came from afar, "Let's eat later." In the end, only Wu Yan was left. He sat in front of a pile of food and watched the girls running away. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sighing, Wu Yan picked up a feather from Astria's wing and mumbled. "Aren't you a foodie? Why are you attracted to the hot spring as well?" Wu Yan saw another feather on the ground. It was pink in color. Wu Yan sighed again. Alright, even Ikaros abandoned her master for the sake of the hot spring. Wu Yan didn't know that even if all the hot springs in the world were placed in front of Ikaros, it still wouldn't be as important as her master. The reason why Ikaros isn't here is because Hinajaku conveniently dragged her away. Finishing his drink in one gulp, Wu Yan's mind started drifting away. After all, it was so lively just a moment ago and now he's the only one left. More or less, he's not used to it. Wu Yan looked at the direction where the girls disappeared. He rolled his eyes and whispered. "How about I go soak in the hot spring too? They're all my wives anyway." Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm afraid Mikoto will electrocute me the moment I enter and everyone in the hot spring will be injured by the electric current." Wu Yan looked at the food on the ground. He rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. "I can't get my hands on the hot spring, but I can get my hands on the food as well." Chapter 389. Inside a room on the ground floor of the mansion. When the girls pushed open the wooden door, they were greeted by a wooden changing room. There were two similar wooden wardrobe racks on both sides of the room. There was another wooden door on the other side of the door. Warm air seeped out from the gap between the wooden door and steam filled the room. The girls' intuition told them that there must be a hot spring behind the wooden door. Flandrechan's face was filled with joy, her nose sniffed the air. "It smells so good inside." Astria mimicked Flandrechan and sniffed the air. A fragrance entered Astria's nose and her face lit up. "Ugh! It smells so good, is there anything good inside?" "It's not good, dummy." Kinohita Sai shook her head with a smile. Astria wasn't happy with the word dummy. "You're the dummy. Dummy. Dummy." Kinohita Sai's mouth twitched, she couldn't keep her cool. "I feel like I'm such a failure, I got called a dummy by a dummy." Shokuho Misaki walked into the changing room and picked up a bottle from the corner. "This is probably the reason. This isn't a proper hot spring hotel, the hot spring must have a strong distilled smell. If we don't remove the distilled smell, the hot spring won't work. Whatever, it doesn't matter where the smell comes from." Mikoto walked into the changing room impatiently. "Anyway, let's soak in the hot spring first." The girls couldn't help but nod and walk into the changing room. Daisy, who was at the back, pulled the wooden door and hesitated for a moment before locking it. It seemed like she was guarding against a certain wolf's sudden attack. The girls began to slowly take off their clothes. To be more precise, it should be swimsuits. Therefore, the swimsuits were taken off quickly. White and tender bodies suddenly appeared in the air of this space. Some were naked, some were young, and some were young. The body odor of the girls merged with the processed fragrance in the air. It was as if a pink atmosphere bloomed in the air. In front of the hot spring, the low-breasted women no longer looked at the big-breasted women. They pulled open the wooden door, and a hot spring covered in steam appeared in front of them, causing them to laugh in unison. "Yo!" Flandrechan and Astria jumped into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. The hot spring has different depths. The hot spring reaches up to Astria's chest. It didn't completely cover Astria's breasts, but it wasn't enough to make Astria shiver. The shallower part is only up to Flandrichan's shoulders. It's just enough for her short stature to move around. Ugh, it's so comfortable. Flandrichan and Astria closed their eyes and exhaled in comfort. The other 7 girls who haven't entered the pool yet were itching to get in as well. They all started running towards the hot spring. Wow! It's so warm. Kinohita Sai slapped the surface of the water. She didn't care about her breasts. Her body floated on the surface of the water. She didn't mind if it was unsightly. In the end, I should have brought some drinks in. Drinking drinks while soaking in the hot spring, I'm almost drunk. She held her cheeks with both hands. There was indeed a slight blush on her cheeks, proving that she was indeed intoxicated. Shokuhu Misaki chuckled as she splashed some water on herself. The water droplets slid down her delicate skin. It's a sight that would make anyone want to take a bite out of. Shokuhu Misaki scanned the hot spring with her starry eyes. She stared straight at Astria's body. She tapped her lips and said in a tone as if she was measuring something. Asked Leah-chan, "Did your boobs get bigger again?" "Is that so?" Astria flinched. She looked at her breasts that floated on the surface of the water. She blushed and shook her hands. "No." "Is that so?" Shokuhu Misaki looked at Astria suspiciously. Her lips curled into a sly grin. She slowly moved to Astria's side and grabbed Astria's breasts with both hands. She started rubbing her breasts. "Let me touch you." "Ah. Don't." Astria screamed. Her body trembled from Shokuhu Misaki's touch. Her expression changed and a seductive moan came out of her mouth. "It looks like it really did get bigger." Shokuhu Misaki muttered as she massaged Astria's breasts into all sorts of shapes. "Seriously, they were already bigger than me and now they got even bigger. I can't accept this, stop it." Astria collapsed onto Shokuhu Misaki's body. She pressed her back against Shokuhu Misaki's ass. She started panting when she heard Shokuhu Misaki's words. "Ikaro senpai's are bigger than Astria's." "Is that so?" Shokuhu Misaki turned to look at Ikaros. She saw Ikaros sitting quietly in a corner. Ikaros was stroking her wings. She seemed to be tidying them up. Her pair of wings bounced back and forth on the surface of the water, creating small ripples. Takitsubu Riku and Ikaros were sitting together with their eyes closed. The 2 women didn't like to talk, so they didn't participate in the conversation. They didn't seem to have heard Shokuhu Misaki's words either. Shokuhu Misaki shook the water off her blonde hair. She asked in confusion. "It looks similar to Astria-chan's." Astria raised her hand meekly. "But Master said Ikaro senpai's breasts are his favorite." Shokuhu Misaki raised an eyebrow. She gave Ikaros a deep look. Ikaros blushed a little, not sure if it's because the hot spring is too comfortable or because she heard Astria's words. "Favorite?" Shokuhu Misaki narrowed her eyes. She looked at Ikaros' breasts for a second, then at her own breasts. She lowered her head. Shokuhu Misaki humphed and said unwillingly. "Humph, I won't lose either. That bastard doesn't care what size they are, as long as it's a girl, he'll like them." Admittedly, even if mind control doesn't work on Wu Yan, Josama has a pretty good grasp of Wu Yan's intentions. In the other corner, Hinajaku and Mikoto looked at each other. They've been watching Shokuhu Misaki's actions from start to finish. They turned their heads and looked at each other. Then, they faced the wall and started drawing circles with their hands. "Gosh, gosh, gosh. Chuju ne-san, Mikoto ne-san, what's wrong?" Flandrichan flapped her crystal pendant wings and came in front of Chuju and Mikoto. She looked at their back and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Hinajaku and Mikoto turned around and looked at Flandrichan. Their eyes couldn't help but move to Flandrichan's chest, and their expressions became much better. Have we fallen to the point of comparing ourselves to a child? Chuju and Mikoto cried for a while before forcing a smile. And nothing. Oh. Flandre-chan didn't suspect anything and started playing with the water again. Chuju and Mikoto were envious of Flandre-chan's happy face. It's great to be a child, you don't have to worry about anything. Not far away, Kinohita Sai and Frenda sighed when they saw the change in Chuju and Mikoto's expression. So, flat breasts are also a rare resource, why don't they understand? Frenda said slowly as if she understood the truth of the world. It's not clear if she really understood the truth or if she was just comforting herself. Kinohita Sai pouted and continued to wander around. Chapter 390. Phew, this is so comfortable. A group of girls slowly walked out of the hot spring room, each holding a towel and wiping their bodies. The clothes they were wearing were no longer bathing suits with very little fabric, but bathrobes that they found inside. It had to be said that the owner of this villa had prepared everything. Aha, my body is so warm and fragrant. Flandre-chan skipped in front of the girls and ran towards the living room. Let Onie-chan smell you. You're super going to let that guy smell you? Kinohita Sai pouted. Isn't this super convenient? The girls laughed, Frenda said. Well, it's good to be a kid, you don't have to think about anything. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in unison. Frenda's words are exactly what they're thinking. Of course, the meaning is different. Under Flandre-chan's lead, the girls started to walk faster towards the main hall. After all, they've been soaking in the hot spring for more than an hour. However, when the group of young ladies returned to the hall, the scene that appeared before them caused them to be stunned and astonished. Wu Yan is sitting in front of the pile of food with a glass in his hand. It's exactly the same as when they left. The only difference is that there's a lot of beer in the middle of the pile of food. The glass in Wu Yan's hand isn't filled with soft drinks, it's filled with yellow beer. You girls sure took a long time to take a bath. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he gulped down the beer in one gulp. He also exhaled a huge mouthful of air. The girls looked at him in shock. Chuju asked in surprise. Yen, you're drinking. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Wu Yan looked at Hinajaku with a puzzled expression. At the same time, he filled his cup to the brim with beer. His actions looked so natural that the girls exchanged glances with each other. Mikoto walked up to Wu Yan and sat down. She grabbed a bottle of beer and frowned. Why do you suddenly want to drink? The other girls also looked at Wu Yan with the same doubt in their eyes. That's to be expected, even Hinajaku, the oldest of them all, has never seen Wu Yan drink, so it's normal for her to have this kind of doubt. Wu Yan didn't think much of it, he sipped his wine and continued. I don't have any particular reason, I just suddenly felt like drinking. Wu Yan looked at the girls and said, you don't have to be so surprised, I'm in my 20s, there's nothing strange about drinking. But, I've never seen you drink before. Chuju said. She stared at Wu Yan's carefree drinking. Her yellow-green eyes were filled with worry. Yan, you haven't been drinking since we left, have you? Wu Yan laughed. I'm not that tough, I might be an adult but I don't drink often, I can't hold my liquor that much. The girls released a sigh of relief, but Wu Yan's next sentence made them choke on their breaths. Well, you girls soaked for more than an hour, I only drank for an hour. An hour? Chuju and Mikoto raised their voices in disbelief. Hey. You really drank for an hour? Kinohita Sai's jaw dropped. Beer's alcohol content isn't that high and there are plenty of people who can drink for an hour without stopping. But at the end of the day, out of the 9 girls here, at least 5 are underage. That's excluding Flandre-chan, Ikaros, and Astria. There's also Shokuho Misaki. Her age will always be a mystery, at least no one would believe she's a middle school student, since they have never had a drink before. Of course they wouldn't know the extent of drinking beer for an hour straight. It's just that Wu Yan has never had a drink before. Now that he's drinking for so long, it's quite a surprise to them. You girls are exaggerating. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh at the girls' shocked expressions. It's just beer, it's not something with high alcohol content. Even if I drink for an hour, I won't get drunk. It's not like I can say that. Drinking is bad for the body, it's not good to drink too much. Chuju said hesitantly. Wu Yan chuckled at Chuju's words. Well, it's fine to do it once in a while, right? The girls went silent for a while before they reluctantly accepted it. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and raised the glass in his hand, finally revealing a hint of his wolf's ambition. Do you girls want some as well? The girls flinched. Shokuho Misaki suddenly smiled and stared at Wu Yan. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. Shokuho Misaki giggled at Wu Yan. I say, Yan, are you planning to get us drunk? That's why you brought out so much beer, right? The other girls flinched again. When they regained their senses, they glared at Wu Yan. It's clear that they believed Shokuho Misaki's words 100%. Because, with the Wu Yan they know, he's definitely capable of doing such a thing. Ignoring those piercing gazes, Wu Yan admitted to it in a straightforward and honest manner. That's right. I want to get you all drunk. The girls were stunned. Even if Shokuho Misaki said what Wu Yan was thinking, they didn't expect Wu Yan to admit it so easily. Wu Yan smiled. He knew from the start that he couldn't hide it from these smart girls, so he didn't plan to hide it. Wu Yan picked up a bottle of beer and said to the girls with a smirk. His tone was disdainful, as if he didn't care about anything. Do you all dare to drink? The girls were angered. Wu Yan's disdainful tone successfully made the girls who had made up their minds not to let Wu Yan have his way. Now, they were angered by Wu Yan. Humph, it's just super beer. I, Kinohata Sai, am a member of the Super Dark Department. I'm not afraid of death, why would I be afraid of a bottle of beer? Kinohata Sai immediately stood up, narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan. She grabbed a bottle of beer and poured it. Mikoto and Chuju were the same as Kinohata Sai. These two girls are the ones who can't stand being provoked the most. Therefore, with Wu Yan's provocation, these two prideful girls stepped onto the path of no return. Let's drink then, who's afraid of who? After saying that, the two girls picked up a bottle of beer and poured a little. They hesitated for a moment before squinting their eyes and gulping it down. Then, their eyes lit up and they started laughing. What the hell, this beer isn't as bad as I thought, in the end, it's just beer, how bad can it be? Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and thought. Since Wu Yan is alone and she has so many people on her side, even if she gets drunk, as long as she can get Wu Yan drunk as well, they won't lose anything. With that in mind, Shokuho Misaki also picked up a bottle of beer. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. She's curious about the taste of beer. In the end, Shokuho Misaki has never drunk beer before. At this time, Ikaros, Astria, and Takitsubu Riku already started pouring beer. They weren't provoked by Wu Yan, they just drank because Wu Yan asked them to. In the end, they all drank it. Frenda's mouth twitched. She hugged Flandre-chan who also wanted to try the beer and sighed. She reached for the bottle of beer. Chapter 391. Ahem, it's not that bad but it's not that good either. Beer. It smells bad but it's a little choking. It tastes like bitter tea. Bitter tea? Bitter tea is way more bitter than this, I'd rather drink alcohol than drink bitter tea. Ugh, Flan doesn't feel good. Ah. But kids can't drink it. Huh, my head feels a little dizzy. Ugh, I think so too. Wah. Astria passed out. Astria, wake up. Sis, Flan feels dizzy. I told you kids can't drink it. As time passed, the faces of the girls who picked up the beer bottles began to turn red. Although the alcohol content of the beer wasn't much, the girls here had never drunk alcohol before. Therefore, just ordinary beer was enough to make them dizzy. The more the girls drank, the more blank their minds became. They couldn't think of anything else. At first, they only took small sips. Later on, whenever Wu Yan raised his glass, they would reflexively gulp down the beer. They didn't notice that when they drank a glass, the empty glass in their hands would be filled up with beer without them noticing. Astria, who didn't know when to stop, and Flandre-chan, who didn't know what was going on, had already collapsed on the floor. The other 9 girls were blushing and their vision was blurry. They didn't even care about Astria and Flandre-chan who passed out on the floor. They kept pouring beer into their mouths and started talking nonsense. This is a sign of drunkenness. Wu Yan, who has been drinking with the girls, is also feeling a little dizzy. However, Wu Yan didn't bother to deal with this feeling. He even allowed himself to stay in this state. Since he decided to have a good time, Wu Yan decided to indulge himself for once. The feeling of being drunk is a little uncomfortable, but for Wu Yan, this is a way to relax because he doesn't need to think about anything else. Perhaps the group of girls also had the same thought. Therefore, they subconsciously didn't use their own abilities to keep themselves awake. Of course, they would definitely regret it after this. The moon began to slowly climb into the sky, proving the extent of the night's progress. Empty beer bottles littered the ground. Hinajaku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandre-chan, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were all in the same state as the beer bottles. The girls were speechless at the sight of this. Wu Yan looked at the girls lying in front of him. Their faces were flushed red and their mouths were pouting. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed a little before he smiled proudly. You want to compete with me in drinking? I might have lost to you 9 in the past, but now, I am a true ancestor. Even if I don't suppress the alcohol in my body, I won't lose to you girls, Wu Yan muttered while shaking his head. His gaze landed on Flandre-chan and he bitterly smiled. I didn't think even Flandre-chan would get drunk. This is a huge sin. Wu Yan wobbled as he stood up. He may have knocked out the girls, but he drank quite a bit as well. He didn't try to suppress his drunkenness, he's a bit drunk as well. He's trying his best to maintain some semblance of sanity. He knows that he can't let Flandre-chan sleep on the ground. Wu Yan got up and picked Flandre-chan up. He staggered into a room and covered her with a blanket. Looking at Flandre-chan's blushing face, he smiled. She still had a smile on her face. It was as if she was dreaming of something good. Good night, little cutie. Wu Yan kissed Flandre-chan on the forehead before he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Well then. Wu Yan's red eyes landed on the girls on the floor. He put his hands on his hips and laughed. This is such a good opportunity. If I don't throw you girls into a bed, I'll be letting myself down. With a chuckle, Wu Yan finally started the busiest night of his life. He carried 8 girls into another room and tossed them into a bed. He then walked out of the room and picked up another girl. Again and again, he tossed all 8 girls into the room. This room is the biggest room Wu Yan has seen since he came to this villa. Moreover, the bed is also the biggest in this villa. It can fit the bodies of 8 girls. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Could it be that the owner of this villa also had the idea of sleeping together under the same blanket? Looking at the beauties in front of him, Wu Yan didn't have the time to think. He snickered and pounced on one of the girls. Coincidentally, it's Astria whom Wu Yan hasn't gotten his hands on yet. Wu Yan flinched when he realized that his casual pounce landed on Astria first. Then, he felt the softness of the body beneath him and the feeling of those large breasts pressing against his body. He took a deep breath and then, with a violent tug, he tore Astria's clothes apart. Due to the effects of alcohol, Wu Yan didn't hold back. He tore off her clothes again. In the blink of an eye, he was naked with Astria. Lowering his head, Wu Yan kissed Astrea on the lips. At the same time, his hand slid across her smooth skin and he rubbed Astrea's large breasts. You. Astrea whimpered as she felt something entering her mouth. She subconsciously responded to Lin Sanjiu's words. The two kissed each other with their tongues intertwined. Both of them tried their best to squeeze and lick each other's bodies. Astrea started following her body's instincts even though she was in a daze. Burying his face into Astrea's chest, Wu Yan felt so blissful that he almost wanted to sing. The result of this action is a suffocating feeling as if all the air in his body has been sucked out of him. But, compared to the fatally slippery feeling, the suffocating feeling is nothing. Finally, Wu Yan sucked in the crimson red he coveted. Astrea moaned and straightened her body. Under Wu Yan's relentless assault, Astrea moaned repeatedly. Her crimson eyes slowly opened. There was a misty look in them. Under the influence of alcohol in her body, Astrea's brain that wasn't good at thinking to begin with lost its ability to think. She looked at Wu Yan who buried his head in her chest and she moaned in a daze while moaning softly. Master, the delicate Master ignited the fire in Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan pulled Astrea under him and straightened his back. Astrea's cries of pain echoed throughout the room. Aside from Flandre-chan, this gluttonous angel who didn't fall for Wu Yan finally became a true sister to Chuju and the others. You master, Astrea hugged Wu Yan tightly as she kept moaning. Her crimson eyes turned misty as she followed Wu Yan's movements. Her body moved up and down as she moaned incessantly. Chapter 392. The silver moon quietly rotated, the frost quietly fell, the stars quietly emerged, and the curtain of night quietly flowed. Some drifting black clouds seemed to have reached some kind of consensus with the moon and the stars to mind their own business. You occupy your territory, and I occupy mine. There was no sign of the two sides converging at all. The waves surged onto the beach. As they rose and fell, the beach at the front was unusually wet. Compared to the dry sand at the back, there was an unusually clear difference in color. Some small animals were hiding in some corner, silently making their presence known and making their own noises, filling the night sky with lively chirping sounds. Inside a certain room in the mansion, the atmosphere was unbearably calm. Pain is unavoidable for a first-time experience. However, when the pain subsides, Astrea's body and mind are filled with satisfaction. She couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Astrea was like a small boat in the middle of a storm. Her body shook violently as she groaned in pain. A strange smell lingered in the room. The center of the storm became even more violent. Astrea closed her eyes as she endured Wu Yan's thrusts. Waves after waves of unfamiliar sensations assaulted her. Astrea hugged Wu Yan's neck tightly as she opened her mouth and moaned seductively. Astrea couldn't hold back her desire. She didn't have any intention of suppressing it, she didn't care about the 7 sleeping girls beside her. She moaned as loudly as she could. Maybe it's because she hasn't regained her consciousness yet, or maybe it's because this idiot doesn't know what it means to be reserved. Wu Yan's evil fire burned brighter as he listened to Astrea's sweet moans. His thrusts became even more violent as he pounced on Astrea. The two of them slowly climbed to the top of the world. When the climax arrived, Astrea let out a long moan. Her long moan echoed throughout the space. The space rippled with a faint pink hue. After lying on top of Astrea for a few minutes, Wu Yan got up. Astrea's crimson eyes glanced at Wu Yan subconsciously. Exhaustion flooded Astrea's mind. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. This time, Wu Yan was lying on top of the body closest to Astrea. It was Ikaros. Wu Yan reached out and caressed Ikaros's skin that has been caressed countless times. He kissed Ikaros on the lips. His tongue slid into her mouth and captured that little tongue that is slowly moving around. Slowly, they started entangling. He gently tugged on the belt of Ikaros' bathrobe. Ikaros' bathrobe slid down to reveal her body. He lovingly caressed Ikaros' body until she moaned and her skin turned pink. Wu Yan hugged Ikaros and pressed her body against his. His chest pressed against Ikaros' body. He skillfully penetrated her. NN. The forceful entry caused Ikaros to moan. Ikaros slowly opened her eyes and her indigo-colored pupils landed on Wu Yan's face, who is right in front of her. It's unknown if she woke up or not. Ikaros was panting, her eyes were blurred. She closed her eyes and welcomed Wu Yan's thrusts. Thus, the light and hurried moaning sounds, but different sounds, once again resounded in this space. As time goes by, Ikaros's moans get louder and louder. At this point, even the thick walls can't block out her moans. Fortunately, in this villa and even the beach, other than Wu Yan's group of 10, there's no one else. Or else, the moans would be enough to make them tremble. Of course, just because no one else can hear it, doesn't mean their own people can't hear it. You. After who knows how long, when Wu Yan and Ikaros were entangled with each other, a faint whimper came from the side. Wu Yan reflexively turned his head towards the source of the whimper. Shokuho Misaki raised her hand and held her forehead. She struggled to open her eyes. Her pair of starry eyes blinked, telling Wu Yan that she's awake. Shokuho Misaki turned around and she was stunned as well. She didn't say anything else as she stood there frozen in place. She had a dumbfounded look on her face. The two of them stared at each other blankly. After a while, Shokuho Misaki finally regained her senses. She recalled the scene where she passed out drunk, the scene where the girls were lying on top of each other, and what Wu Yan is doing right now. She understood everything. Seeing Shokuho Misaki's face gradually turning red, Wu Yan cursed. Without waiting for her to react, he reached out and pulled her over. You. What are you doing? Don't tell me. Shokuho Misaki thought that her sobriety would make Wu Yan hesitate. Following Wu Yan's actions, her expression froze. The smart Shokuho Misaki seemed to have figured out what Wu Yan was going to do. She had a bad feeling. Wu Yan, I'm warning you. If you make me and the other girls do that with you, I will. Shokuho Misaki shouted at Wu Yan. But in the next moment, her words were blocked by Wu Yan's lips. You. Shokuho Misaki was stunned. She slapped Wu Yan's chest, trying to break free from Wu Yan's grasp. Alas, she's a sports idiot. Against a true ancestor, the result is obvious. When Wu Yan tore off Shokuho Misaki's bathrobe, Shokuho Misaki was thoroughly embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she was going to sleep in the same bed with the other girls and do such a thing. Shokuho Misaki could only whimper helplessly as she struggled in Wu Yan's arms. But when Wu Yan grabbed her breasts, Shokuho Misaki went limp and all her strength disappeared. At this time, Wu Yan was still attacking Ikaros. Finally, after a loud moan, Ikaros's body collapsed on top of Wu Yan's body as if she lost all her bones. She panted heavily and closed her eyes in exhaustion. However, Wu Yan didn't stop. After leaving Ikaros's body, he immediately pressed Shokuho Misaki on top of him and spread her legs apart. Don't. Shokuho Misaki's weakness is too obvious. If Wu Yan gets his hands on her, she would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. She wouldn't be able to resist at all. Not to mention, Wu Yan isn't just controlling her, he's also tormenting her with all his might. Shokuho Misaki kept begging for mercy. Shokuho Misaki only had sex with Wu Yan once. Now that she's about to have sex with him again, she was even more flustered than the first time. With her pride, sharing a man with another woman is already an unthinkable thing for her. Now that she's going to have to serve the same man, she couldn't accept the fact that she's going to have to serve the same man with him. But in the next moment, Wu Yan entered her forcefully again. Shokuho Misaki could only moan in pain. Chapter 393. Unlike Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki already had sex with Wu Yen once. Even though it wasn't that long ago, a man and a woman who tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time are like firewood and fire. Once they meet, it's only a matter of time before they start a fire. Therefore, with Wu Yan's entrance, Shokuhu Misaki once again experienced the familiar yet strange feeling she had back in the Tokuwadai dorm. Her sensitive body made Shokuhu Misaki completely lose her mind. Her heart was filled with pleasure, even the shame of sharing a bed with another girl was dispelled. She was panting and gasping for air. Her wine-red eyes were filled with resentment. That was Shokuhu Misaki's silent complaint against Wu Yan's tyrannical behavior. However, as her body was pounded by Wu Yan, her resentment slowly faded away. What replaced it was a misty look and her eyes started tearing up. Shokuhu Misaki has always been a sports idiot. Among all the girls, she's probably the weakest. Even Flandre-chan with her powers sealed is better than Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki quickly reached her peak. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. She slumped on the floor, unable to get up again. Shokuhu Misaki can't stand up anymore. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. She collapsed on the floor, unable to get up again. Ugh, he's not sure if it's because Shokuhu Misaki's voice was too loud or if it's because of his bad luck, but when Shokuhu Misaki surrendered, another soft murmur came. Wu Yan's hand that was about to touch the other girl froze in place. Under Wu Yan's gaze, a pair of brown eyes slowly opened. Unlike Shokuhu Misaki, Mikoto didn't regain her ability to think the moment she woke up. Maybe it's because Mikoto's alcohol tolerance isn't that good. When those brown eyes opened, there's a hint of drunkenness in them. Yen, not sure if Mikoto realized what's going on, but when she saw Wu Yan, she subconsciously called out and sat up on the bed. But Wu Yan didn't give her the chance. If Mikoto realizes what's going on, it won't be something that can be solved with just a few words. This violent and arrogant cis-canon, ever since the first time he raped her together with Chuju, she refused to sleep with her best friend in front of Wu Yan. If she finds out that there are 8 girls in this bed, she's going to make a move. But that's not important. What's important is that there's an existence in this bed that Mikoto can't tolerate, Shokuhu Misaki. If Mikoto finds out that she's about to receive the same treatment as Shokuhu Misaki, and it's after Shokuhu Misaki, she's going to go berserk. So without waiting for Mikoto to get up, Wu Yan pounced on her and pinned her under his body. He reached out his hands and grabbed her breasts and started rubbing them. At the same time, he lowered his head and pressed it against her breasts, silencing her scream. Ugh! Ugh! Mikoto's tea-colored eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yan, who is so close to her. When her pair of bunnies fell into Wu Yan's hands, Mikoto's face instantly crumbled and turned into ripples. However, due to her prideful nature, Mikoto naturally couldn't accept Wu Yan's doting, so she quickly struggled to break free from him. Let me go. Let me go. Ah. 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 Before she could finish, Wu Yan waved his hand and Mikoto's clothes and a belt flew into the air and landed below the bed. Wu Yan went straight in, silencing Mikoto's words, leaving only a soft moan in her throat. All that's left is Wu Yan's thrusts, thrusts, and thrusts. Following Wu Yan's assault, Mikoto's body's desire grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Mikoto's resistance grew weaker and weaker. Gradually, her resistance turned into resistance and resistance turned into desire. All the words that came out of her mouth were transmitted within the room by those 2 simple words. Then, thrusts, thrusts, and thrusts. When her body's desire completely drowned her, her rationality collapsed. Her 2 hands uncontrollably climbed onto Wu Yan's back. She closed her eyes and began to accept Wu Yan's assault. From start to finish, Mikoto didn't notice that there were a lot of bodies scattered around her. Among them, there were her good sisters, there were also her enemies. One has to say, this is a miracle. Soon, Mikoto welcomed her climax in her own moans. Under Wu Yan's unbridled assault, Mikoto finished everything in one go. The feeling of floating in the clouds, along with the tipsiness from before and the drowsiness of the night, caused Mikoto to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, Wu Yan's hand was already touching Chuju. This time, the accident didn't happen. Hinajaku was still drunk. Wu Yan gently lifted her up from her bed. Her bathrobe flew away without her knowing anything. Her body was also ravaged by a certain asterisk shoal without her knowing anything. She was also ravaged by a certain asterisk shoal. In her sleep, Chuju felt like she was in a hot spring. The water in the hot spring was very comfortable, it warmed her body. Moreover, it kept caressing her body. The warm water flowed into her body. The comfortable feeling made Chuju moan softly. There seemed to be waves in the hot spring. Her body could only go with the flow, up and down. However, the warm feeling was still there. After a long time, Chuju felt that the waves in the hot spring were getting stronger and stronger. The warm feeling in her body became clearer and clearer. Chuju kept moaning, until a certain important string in her body was touched. Chuju let out a long moan and sank to the bottom of the hot spring. Placing the sleeping Hinajaku back into his chest, Wu Yan reached out with his perverted hands and caressed Takitsubu Riku's voluptuous body. She seemed to have sensed something as she frowned and her eyelids fluttered open, confusion flashed through her eyes. Fragments of memories came back to her. Takitsubu Riku regained her vision. She was shocked when she regained her vision. This was to be expected. When you see a few girls with red skin and panting breasts beside you, you would also react the same way. A scream rushed up to Takitsubu Riku's throat. However, before she could say anything, a hand blocked her mouth. Wu Yan covered her mouth with his hand and made a shuv gesture. Takitsubu Riku knew what was going on when she saw this. Her pretty face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Wu Yan. Chuckling, Wu Yan picked up Takitsubu Riku and placed her on top of his body. He said in a gentle voice. "Little Riku, be a good girl, okay?" Takitsubu Riku's face turned red. Before she could react, her bathrobe flew down and overlapped with the bathrobes of the girls in front of her. She could no longer tell which bathrobe belonged to who. At the same time, Takitsubu Riku's delicate body was lifted up by Wu Yan. Takitsubu Riku's heart raced. She couldn't help but cover her breasts with her hands. She knew what was going to happen next. Hence, she could only close her eyes. Under Wu Yan's pressure, she raised her head. After a crisp sound, Takitsubu Riku landed on Wu Yan's body with a flushed face. Her breasts were held by Wu Yan and tossed up and down. Takitsubu Riku moaned with him. Very quickly, Kinohita Sayai and Frenda were also dragged into the battle by Wu Yan. With a simple wave of his hand, 2 more bathrobes appeared on the ground. 2 more moans could be heard as well. Chapter 394. The sun slowly rose from the horizon. The night was chased away by the sudden appearance of the sun. The dark clouds on the horizon were suffused with specks of gold. The sky regained its luster. White clouds floated in from afar. Blue dotted the sky and the sea. Between the horizon and the sea, 2 different worlds on the same plane were dyed with the same shade of blue. When the sun shone on a villa by the beach, the peaceful scene in one of the rooms seemed to have been broken. The people who were asleep woke up. Wu Yan opened his eyes. The glaring sun shone on his eyelids. He wanted to raise his hand to block the sunlight, but he realized he couldn't raise his hand. In his wine-red eyes, the sleeping figures of Hinajaku and Mikoto appeared in his vision. Right now, the 2 of them are lying on his left and right respectively, each holding one of his arms. No wonder he couldn't raise his arms. He looked up and saw Hinajaku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku lying on the same bed as him. Wu Yan was shocked. Fragments of memories from last night slowly flowed into his mind. Wu Yan finally remembered what he did last night. A smile appeared on his face. Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. He finally realized his dream of having all of his wives sleep on the same bed. Of course, other than Flandre-chan, all of his summons are sleeping on the same bed as him. The sense of accomplishment is unimaginable. Of course, the summons here don't count as the Misaka sisters. Pride surged in his chest. He has never felt this proud before. This is a historical moment that could become a milestone in his life. Wu Yan tilted his head as he looked at the girls around him. Then, he said something that really deserves a beating. The Crystal Palace is endless. Comrade, you still have to work hard. Maybe even the heavens couldn't stand Wu Yan's pride. Under the infinite will of the universe, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohara Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku all mumbled. Their eyelids started trembling. Wu Yan's smile froze and his heart started pounding. Seeing that the girls are about to wake up, Wu Yan's warning bell started ringing and he started screaming in his mind. After all, the so-called milestone in history was nothing more than him using alcohol in exchange for it. If he reminds the girls of what happened last night, Wu Yan would lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. Ikaros, Astria, and Takitsubo Riku should be fine. These three women are extremely obedient to me, so there shouldn't be any problems. Kinohara Sayai and Frenda, on the other hand, will definitely feel embarrassed. But considering their combat prowess and everything that happened in the past, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the other three are different. Chuju and Mikoto will definitely throw away their hatchet without hesitation. As for Shokuhu Misaki, even though she won't throw away her hatchet, she will definitely find a way to get him a hatchet and willingly throw herself at it. The danger level was simply S-class. Wu Yan chose to run away without hesitation. But the moment he moved, Wu Yan froze. Because his hands are being held by Chuju and Mikoto. No, while Wu Yan screamed in despair, the 8 girls shuddered and their eyelids fluttered open. Their eyelids fluttered open as well. 8 pairs of eyes scanned the room and looked at each other. After seeing each other's miserable state, the memory of last night finally returned to their minds. Then, under Wu Yan's gaze, the 8 girls' faces turned red. Ah! Between the beautiful horizon and the sea, on the deserted beach, inside the villa, a few extremely shocking voices gathered together and let out an earth-shattering scream that pierced through the clouds. Bang! The door to the room was violently flung open. Wu Yan came out of the room with his clothes in a mess. At the same time, Hinajaku with a crystal sword in her hand and Mikoto with an iron sand sword in her hand also flew out of the room with their clothes in a mess. The only difference is that the former is running away pathetically while the latter has a face full of killing intent. Wu Yan, who was running away, was shocked. He leaped away from his original spot. Almost at the same time, a crystal sword and an iron sand sword slashed at the spot where Wu Yan was just a moment ago. A strand of hair fell to the ground. Wu Yan was scared witless. He yelled at Chuju and Mikoto. "You two, are you trying to murder your husband?" Chuju gritted her teeth. Her face still had a trace of anger. She raised her white cherry and said with a murderous look. "This is called cleaning house." Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. "Who taught you to say that?" Mikoto took 2 steps forward, her other hand also materializing an iron sand sword. Her face was gloomy. "You can stand there obediently and let us chop you up, or wait for us to catch you and chop you into 18 pieces. You decide." "You can't do this." Shokuhu Misaki came out of the room with a group of girls. Except for Ikaros and Takitsubo Riku, who had a worried look on their faces, the other 4 girls had a cold look on their faces. Shokuhu Misaki straightened her clothes and sneered. "Little Yen, you have the body of a true ancestor. You can't die." Why don't you just let us vent our anger on you? To make the always smiling Josama speak in such a tone, one can only imagine how angry Josama is. Wu Yan swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. Must it be so bloody? Of course. Other than Ikaros and Takitsubu Riku, the other 6 girls answered without hesitation. This made Wu Yan's scalp tingle. Oni-san, it's so noisy. The door opened and Flandra-chan rubbed her eyes while hugging a pillow. She told Wu Yan how cute she is. The girls were stunned by her cuteness. Wu Yan's face lit up and he rushed to Flandra-chan's side and hugged her. Flan, did I wake you up? It's Oni-san's fault. Are you hungry? Yes. Yes, Flandra-chan is hungry. Looking at Wu Yan hugging Flandra-chan, the girls couldn't help but curse Wu Yan's shamelessness. With Flandra-chan in his arms, who would dare to make a move? The girls stared at Wu Yan with a dark expression. They wanted to stare him to death. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly. Spalier World Academy, Villa District. Inside one of the villas, a bright light flashed without warning. The next moment, Wu Yan's group of 10 appeared in the hall. Oh, I'm back. Wu Yan sighed. He sounded like he had gone through a lot of ups and downs. It's as if he didn't go on a vacation but instead, he went for an exam. Humph. Shokuho Misaki snorted and walked out of Wu Yan's villa without looking back. Kinohata Sai and Frenda had the same reaction. They snorted and followed behind Shokuho Misaki. Takitsubu Riku smiled apologetically and followed after them. Humph. Astria snorted and stuck her tongue out at Wu Yan. Master. Idiot. Idiot. Astria followed after him. Wu Yan felt a bit resentful. Looks like this time, he really got himself into a lot of trouble. Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't even look at him as they went back to their rooms and slammed the door shut. Looks like they're still in a fit of anger. Wu Yan shrunk his neck and smacked his lips. I should think about the upcoming academy competition. Chapter 395. 3 days of time quietly passed under the anticipation of the Spalier World Academy students. On the 3rd night, when the last of the moon disappeared from the horizon, a faint light began to drive away the darkness. The bright golden light seemed to indicate the arrival of a new round of competition. As the first ray of morning light sprinkled into the Spalier World Academy, the quiet atmosphere of the academy suddenly broke. The lively atmosphere from a few days ago reappeared once again. It didn't diminish even after 3 days of rest, it's still as lively as ever. Today is the day of the competition between the top 10 of the academy. Now that the competition has progressed to this stage, it's basically entered the real competition stage. Every student is looking forward to the birth of the champion. Within an extremely short period of time, the spacious square had already become packed with people. Boiling noises continuously rang beside everyone's ears. The fiery atmosphere caused everyone who entered the square to feel a little affected. When Wu Yan's group arrived at the high platform, whether it's the stands or the high platform, it's already packed with people. Although 90 contestants have been eliminated after 2 rounds of elimination, they still participated in the competition. Therefore, the high platform prepared for the contestants is still open to those who failed to make the cut. As for the battle between the top 10, even if they can't participate, it's still good to be able to watch from the sidelines. Therefore, everyone brought their friends or subordinates along. As for the stands, maybe the audience didn't notice it but the people on the high platform did. There's a lot of people in the stands, and they're all Spalier World Academy teachers. Obviously, the battle between the top 10 is enough to attract the attention of these arrogant teachers. When Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandra-chan stepped onto the high platform, countless gazes began to fall on them. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto are undoubtedly the 3 dark horses of the academy competition. In less than a month since they entered the academy, they're already in the top 10. This kind of strength is enough to make the ordinary students feel shocked. Therefore, they attracted everyone's attention as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Wu Yan's group is already used to this kind of attention. Compared to Shokuhu Misaki, who got a lot of support as soon as she stepped onto the stage, this kind of attention is nothing. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Wu Yan's group came to the spot where they stayed a few days ago and calmly looked around the place while chatting with each other. Not long after they arrived, two beautiful figures appeared at the entrance of the high platform. One black, one silver, two dazzling hair colors, they're walking towards Wu Yan's direction. Lulu ran over and she picked up Flandre-chan in a practiced manner. She rubbed her face against Flandre-chan before giggling at Wu Yan. She's a very lively girl. Wu Yan glanced at Lulu's smiling face. Wu Yan felt helpless towards this crazy Lulu, but at the same time, he liked her from the bottom of his heart. Although Lulu always does things that make people tired, he has to admit that this Lulu is really cute. But right after that, Wu Yan was shocked. From what Wu Yan can sense, Lulu's aura is faintly emitting a powerful aura. Although it's not at the level that Wu Yan needs to pay attention to, but compared to a few days ago, it's completely different. Plum Lilu. Lowly, level 50, tier 6. Wu Yan looked at Lulu in shock. The information from the system was enough to shock Wu Yan. After all, 3 days ago, Lulu was only around level 40, and a month ago, she was only level 44. And in just 3 days, Lulu has already reached tier 6? You found out. Seeing Wu Yan's shocked expression, Lulu proudly raised her head. The shock on Wu Yan's face faded and he rolled his eyes. Lulu, how did you reach tier 6? Chuju and Mikoto also saw Lulu's level and asked curiously. With this kind of strength, even if it's not enough for them to pay attention to, it's still very eye-catching. Hearing Chuju and Mikoto's question, Lulu pouted and said with a little dissatisfaction, "It's all because of Grandpa. He said that it's about time for my strength to increase, but he forced me to drink some very strange colored potions. He's so annoying, those potions are disgusting." Hearing this, Wu Yan and the others were speechless. This little girl really doesn't know how lucky she is. Potions that can increase one's strength, who knows how many people can't even get their hands on them even if they spend a lot of money. Now that the potion is delivered to her door, she's complaining that it's disgusting. If those who dream of getting their hands on a bottle of this potion heard this, they'll definitely vomit blood and die. They should really drag her out and shoot her for 10 minutes, even Feifei couldn't stand it anymore and knocked on Lulu's head, causing Lulu to tear up. The old patriarch did this for your own good. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're complaining. Lulu cried out a few times, feeling wronged. But it's really disgusting. The group of people helplessly rolled their eyes and no longer paid attention to this guy who was complaining about how happy he was. The group of people gathered together and began to chat, causing Lulu to yell out. Suddenly, the crowd started to stir. The group turned around and saw Shokuhu Misaki and the others at the entrance of the stage. As the most dazzling stars of the academy, the commotion caused by them was naturally bigger than Wu Yan's. Shokuhu Misaki glared at Wu Yan and walked away as if nothing happened. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It seems like she's still holding a grudge against him for sharing the same bed as her. After Shokuhu Misaki entered, Sylph, Kaya, and Jafar also entered the stage. The three of them exchanged glances with each other and quietly walked to one side. They began to focus their minds and calm their breathing. It seemed that even they had no choice but to take the competition for the top 10 seriously. With the flow of time, the number of people in the square also increased. The noise also increased and mixed together. When a couple of rushing air sounds appeared in the sky above the square, the noise that permeated the square finally slowly died down. Numerous gazes were thrown towards the special seats on the tall platform. Over there, the upper echelons of the academy, led by the Thunder King, also took their seats. Under everyone's gaze, Lei Wang slowly stood up and announced. The third round of the Academy tournament begins now. After 2 rounds of elimination, the top 10 contestants have finally been decided. According to the rules of the competition, the pairings for the battles will still be decided by random selection. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Emperor placed a crystal ball in front of him and slowly raised it. At the same time, a projection was projected from the crystal ball. On it was the list of the top 10. The last 10 contestants will be randomly paired into 5 matches. The victors will be paired into 2 matches like the second round. The final contestant standing on the stage will be the champion of the tournament. Hearing the Thunder Emperor's words, the atmosphere in the arena immediately became a lot tenser. Everyone stared at the crystal ball on the special elevated platform in silence, their hearts faintly stirred. The final round of the Academy tournament is about to begin. The Thunder King chuckled softly. As if to whet everyone's appetite, he slowly opened the crystal ball and raised it in front of everyone. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared and was replaced by a look of astonishment. When everyone saw the list of opponents on the crystal ball, they all had the same expression as the Thunder King. After the Thunder Sovereign recovered his wits, his gaze slowly shifted to a spot on the tall platform as he helplessly shook his head. The first match of the third round of the Academy tournament. Wu Yan vs. Jaffer. The entire plaza was silent. Chapter 396. Everyone on the tall platform looked at each other. None of them had expected that the new student, who had been famous in the academy for the past month, would actually meet such a person here. Jaffer is one of the top 3 in the Spalier World Academy. The only one who can compare to him is Ka, and the only one who can suppress him is Sylph. Wu Yan is strong. Wu Yan proved this point in the past month. However, compared to Jaffer, who is at the peak of Tier 8, at least in the eyes of the public, no one thinks Wu Yan is a match for Jaffer. Perhaps if it was Mikoto, they wouldn't doubt Jaffer's defeat. However, it's Wu Yan. They can only shake their heads helplessly. It's a pity that this powerful newcomer can only make it this far. Ka glanced at Wu Yan and sighed. There's a trace of regret between his brows. Even though Ka values Wu Yan's strength, he doesn't think highly of Wu Yan. After all, even though he's 1 rank higher than Jaffer, they're on par in terms of strength. Kaya can't tell how strong Wu Yan is. After all, Wu Yan didn't use Do Chi or magic, so he can't tell how strong he is. However, from the previous matches, Kaya can tell that Wu Yan hasn't reached Tier 8 yet. Without reaching Tier 8, even if Wu Yan is at the peak of Tier 7 and is only 1 step away from Tier 8, this 1 step is like the difference between heaven and earth. Only those who reach Tier 8 will know that at this level, the difference between tiers is not something that can be made up with just 1 or 2 powerful armaments and secret arts. Challenging someone above one's level might be possible in the lower or middle levels, but in the higher levels, that is, the 7th level and above, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream. At the very least, Kaya had never seen anyone like that. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Jaffer. As the person in question, Jaffer didn't show much emotion. His expression was extremely calm. In Jaffer's mind, only Sylph, Ka, Mikoto, and Astria are worthy of his attention. He doesn't really care about the others. Ha! That guy is finally coming to an end. On the stage, Bing Mian almost jumped up and laughed out loud. Bing Ling lost to Wu Yan 3 days ago and he's still holding back his anger. He was cursing Wu Yan for running into Jaffer during the tournament, but he didn't expect it to come true. Bing Ling, who recovered from his injuries, furrowed his brows and looked at Wu Yan. No one knows what he's thinking. Yan. Lulu and Feifei looked at Wu Yan worriedly. They've been in the academy for a long time, so they know how strong Jaffer is. Please, have some faith in me, okay? Wu Yan looked away from the crystal ball projection and looked at Lulu and Feifei. He saw the worry on their faces and shook his head with a bitter smile. He rubbed Lulu's head. The other girls had a heavy expression on their faces. Even Hinajaku, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan, who trusted Wu Yen all this while, couldn't help but look worried. After all, Jafar is a rank 8 while Wu Yen is only level 68. True ancestor bloodline, infinite martial refinement, and King's Babylon make Wu Yan's strength immeasurable. However, they don't know if he's a match for a real rank 8. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the depressed looks on the girls' faces. Jafar is strong, but it's hard to tell who will win in a real fight. With his current strength, Wu Yen can even defeat Sylph if he goes all out, let alone Jafar. After all, Meteor Shower is something that even Iwa-SSI and Archangel Divinity are wary of. It's not something Sylph can compare to. Even if she has a gold armament, Wu Yen is certain his Meteor Shower is much stronger. Of course, Meteor Shower is too powerful. Wu Yen doesn't dare to use it in this crowded plaza. However, even without Meteor Shower, Wu Yen is confident that he won't lose to Jafar even if he can't win against Sylph. Lei Wang slowly retracted his gaze from Wu Yen. In his heart, he is still biased towards this little fella who has an unusual relationship with Lulu. He can clearly see that ever since she met this mysterious little fella, Lulu has been smiling a lot more than usual, and he can't tell how much more sincere she has become. Every time Lien Feifei spoke, the topic of conversation would involuntarily shift to this friend of hers whom she had known for less than half a year. Every time they talked, her face would be radiant with joy, causing the Thunder King to have a good impression of this little fellow who had changed Lulu and Feifei's lives. If possible, Lei Wang still wants Wu Yen to win, and that's exactly what he's hoping for. Both sides. Onto the stage. Following Lei Wang's voice, everyone's gaze shifted to Wu Yen and Jafar. Silence ensued. Yen. Lulu suddenly tugged on Wu Yan's sleeve. Her gem-like eyes stared straight at Wu Yan's face. Her gaze was filled with trust. Yen. I believe in you. You can definitely defeat him. Big brother will definitely defeat that big guy. Flandrachan nodded repeatedly. Her red eyes had a vicious glint in them. If she could, she'd really like to toy with Jafar until he breaks. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Feifei also looked at Wu Yen with trust. Jafar might be strong, but they believe that Wu Yen won't disappoint them. Wu Yen felt warmth in his heart when he saw the trust in the girls. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he rubbed Lulu and Flandrachan's heads. How can you still laugh? A sweet voice came from the front of Wu Yen. At the same time, gasps of disbelief could be heard from the spectator stands and the high platform. Everyone looked up. They saw Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku walking over with different expressions. Shokuhu Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yen. Judging from the way she complained just now, it's obvious that she's an acquaintance. Everyone was in an uproar. The Academy Queen, Shokuhu Misaki, the leader of Starlight Queen, the idol of every student. She doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Wu Yen. This is enough to drive everyone crazy. After all, the Queen of the Academy was famous in the Academy for not showing any interest in men. It could even be said that she disdained men. Shokuhu Misaki doesn't care what those people think. Although she has gained a lot of popularity in the Academy, it's only because of her unusual interest, which is more of a hobby. If Wu Yen wanted her to disband Starlight Queen and announce her relationship with him in the Academy, Shokuhu Misaki might grumble, but she wouldn't object to it. For Shokuhu Misaki, this man who walked into her heart is more important than anything else. Shokuhu Misaki's resentment towards Wu Yen for forcing her to sleep with the other girls has mostly dissipated. She looked at Wu Yen seriously and asked calmly. How confident are you? Wu Yen smiled and looked at Jafar. If you trust me, then 100%. Chapter 397. At the very least, if Wu Yan wants to drag Jaffer down, he can use the true ancestor's immortality to do so. However, by that time, he would be sent to the research lab to be dissected. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jaffer was the first to make a move. He slowly stood up from the ground and strode to the railing of the high platform under the admiring gazes of the Beast Tide members. He then leaped off the railing in a flash. Jaffer stomped his feet on the stage and he looked at Wu Yan's direction with a calm expression. In the Academy tournament, his most important opponent is Sylph. He didn't care much about the other participants. It's not that there's no one here who can match up to Sylph. He has seen Mikoto's strength before. However, he has been competing with Sylph for quite some time now. It's only natural that he would value this opponent whom he wanted to surpass the most. Kaya is not to be underestimated either. However, Jaffer values Sylph more. After all, Sylph is the strongest in the academy. Of course, after this competition, no one knows the outcome. After Jaffer left the stage, everyone turned their attention to Wu Yan. They wanted to know if this newcomer can keep up his winning streak against a peak expert like Jaffer. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yan's expression didn't change. He wasn't afraid of Jaffer. He stood up and walked towards the edge of the stage. Onii-chan, Yen. Do your best. Flandre-chan and Lulu's soft cheers came from behind. Wu Yan didn't turn around. He waved his hand and appeared on the stage in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan lifted his head and he met Jaffer's gaze. Both of them looked at each other with an inexplicable look in their eyes. Wu Yan has been avoiding direct confrontations with Tier 8 combatants like Sylph, Kaya, and Jaffer. He's still a Tier 7. If possible, he didn't want to go all out. But, if there's nowhere to run, Wu Yan isn't going to back down. Jaffer, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to this newcomer but he still paid attention to him. After all, among his companions, Mikoto managed to tie with Sylph, whom he dreamed of defeating, and Ikaros managed to easily nullify the power of Mikoto and Sylph's clash. On top of that, Shokuhu Misaki, who created Starlight Queen, seems to have a close relationship with Wu Yan. They seem to have known each other for a long time. Plus, they're both newcomers. Jaffer couldn't help but pay more attention to this newcomer. Jaffer, who hasn't spoken a single word since the start of the academy exam, finally opened his mouth to speak. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jaffer suddenly spoke. His voice was rather low, and just like his enormous aura, it carried a fierce, domineering, and ferocious aura. Wu Yan flinched and he laughed. He waved his hand and a small crimson dimension vortex appeared behind him. Niatono no Shana slowly floated out of it. Wu Yan grasped the sword in his hand and he pointed the tip of the sword at the ground. A strong gust of wind howled as he swung the sword. Give it your all. Jaffer glanced at Niatono no Shana in Wu Yan's hand. His eyes flashed with surprise. A few days ago, when Wu Yan fought Bing Ling, Jaffer knew that this seemingly ordinary sword has the ability to control fire. Now that he's facing it personally, Jaffer felt that this newcomer might actually have something special about him. Jaffer didn't take out his armament like Wu Yan did. Instead, he slowly extended his bear-like palms and curled them into a strange claw shape. Don't say I'm underestimating you. My armament will only be used against those who are qualified. Jaffer waved his claw in front of him and an invisible gust of wind shot down. It left behind 5 tiny finger holes on the ground. Jaffer faintly said, if you want me to use my armament, you will have to prove that you are qualified. Xiao Yan smiled but he didn't reply. For someone as strong and arrogant as Jaffer, he won't look you in the eye unless you display strength that is worthy of his attention. Perhaps if Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and the others weren't on his side and his performance in the previous matches wasn't that bad, Jaffer might not even be bothered to speak to him. The conversation between the two in the arena was naturally transmitted to the incomparably quiet stadium. Mikoto, Chuju, and the others felt that Jafar was being too arrogant. However, the audience didn't feel that Jafar was being arrogant. After all, a person with strength had the qualification to be arrogant. On the other hand, if a person without strength was arrogant, it was likely that the audience would spit at them. Some soft voices sounded from all over the viewing gallery. They were all guessing the situation of the battle. Seeing this, the Lei Wang waved his hand slightly. The voices in the stadium immediately became much softer. The Lei Wang smiled as he watched the two facing off in the arena. Some anticipation involuntarily rose in his heart. There was no doubt that Jafar had a great chance of winning. There was not much suspense in a battle between a rank 8 and a rank 7. However, Wu Yan was an extremely mysterious person. Even those old fellows were alarmed by his background. Additionally, there was not the slightest fear in Wu Yan's eyes or face since the beginning. This caused the Lei Wang to believe that Wu Yan would definitely give him a big surprise. "Little fellow, don't disappoint me." The Lei Wang looked around him after saying this. He raised his hand and a faint voice finally sounded in the air above the stadium in front of a countless number of people. The third round of the Academy trial. The first match. Begin. In the arena, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly erupted from Sa Fa's body after the Thunder King's word sounded. This aura was so powerful that even the spectators, who were seated far away from the arena, found it difficult to breathe. As a wave of blood-colored do-chi surged out of Sa Fa's body, his large hand claws seemed to have once again swelled a little. His knuckles were slightly bent and a clear firecracker-like sound was emitted. At the same time, there was a ripple in the air and a partially visible beast figure appeared behind Jafar. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Ni Dian Zhana in his hand. A red lotus-like flame instantly surged out. The abruptly rising temperature caused Jafar's aura to become a little sluggish. Compared to Jafar, that much skinnier figure did not have even the slightest trace of do-chi. However, a majestic aura spread from his body. His aura and Jafar's aura vaguely formed a situation where they were evenly split. Wu Yan exhaled a long breath. His arms suddenly shook and the Ni Dian Zhana in his hand emitted a strange clang-clang sound. The sword was swung diagonally across the ground. A red lotus flame lingered over it. A hot wind grilled the ground until traces of hot air were formed. The wine-red color in his wine-red eyes slowly faded. Replacing it was a golden color that was filled with a pressure. He slowly lifted his eyes and looked at Sa Fa, who was covered in do-chi. Suddenly, the sound of thunder resounded in the arena. Soon after, a faint roar of thunder was emitted. A blurry black figure dragging a flaming armament shot forward in an imposing manner toward the unmoving Sa Fa in front of a countless number of gazes. At this point in the Academy trial, this was the first time that Wu Yan had launched an attack in front of others. The distance of dozens of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The two of them instantly approached each other in the arena. Their eyes met and the pressuring atmosphere finally erupted at this moment. Chapter 398. Qi. Ni Dian Zana cut through the air like a red ray of light. It was accompanied by a hot air that caused the air to fluctuate as it ruthlessly slashed at the immovable Sa Fa. The force was so strong that even the air beneath the sword was completely expelled. A low and deep sonic boom sounded like an explosion that resounded from underground. It was muffled and terrifying. The hot wind from the red lotus flame pressed Sa Fa's special student uniform tightly against his skin. At a glance, one could tell that if this attack hit, forget about the sharpness of the armament and the force on it being able to seriously injure Sa Fa, just the flames on it would be able to turn Sa Fa into ashes. However, Sa Fa's expression did not change because of the incoming attack from Ni Dian Shana. He indifferently watched Ni Dian Shana approach him. Sa Fa finally moved when the sword was about to reach Sa Fa's head. He casually took a step to the left and the sword fell with a loud bang, narrowly brushing past Sa Fei's shoulder. Sa Fei's claw suddenly curled slightly the moment Xianxia missed. Soon after, he casually swatted in a certain direction. The claw that seemed to be casually swatting the sword accurately hit the body of the Nian Temple Shana at the same time the sword fell. A powerful force surged out, ignoring the flames on the sword and pushing the Nian Temple Shana a little distance away. Wu Yan's movements inevitably paused for a moment when Xianxia's attack was interrupted. Sa Fei took advantage of this pause and curled his hand into a beast claw with his palm facing the ground. It was accompanied by a cold and sharp wind as it grabbed at Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan's golden eyes rotated. He extended his left hand at lightning speed and clenched it into a fist. The endless martial refining technique was unleashed to its limit at this moment. The force within his body swiftly gathered on his fist. Soon after, he viciously swung it out and collided with the incoming claw. Bang! A fist and a claw fiercely collided. A low muffled sound rang out from the point of contact between the fist and the claw. A ferocious force surged out and finally spread out in all directions. Wu Yan's body trembled slightly. He withdrew his long sword and fist and hurriedly retreated. Every step he took left a light footprint on the extremely hard ground. After leaving several footprints, Wu Yan's feet regained their lightness and landed in front of Sa Fei. After completely dispelling the force from his hand, Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Sa Fei, who had only taken one step back. A hint of seriousness appeared in his golden eyes. In a head-on collision, Sa Fei's strength had almost completely suppressed him. This was the first time Wu Yan had been suppressed by someone ever since he exchanged for the endless martial refining technique. Coupled with the powerful body of a true ancestor, he had gained unparalleled strength. Wu Yan took a deep breath of air that was slightly hot due to the flames of the Xianxia. He stared intently at Sa Fei and tightened his grip on the Xianxia. A moment later, he suddenly leaned forward and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the Xianxia left Wu Yan's hand and shot toward Sa Fei like a red bolt of lightning, accompanied by an extremely sharp sound of rushing wind and a pressuring hot wind. Surprise flashed in Safar's eyes when he saw Wu Yan's sudden attack. However, his expression didn't change much. His palms curled into the shape of a claw. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. His claw was wrapped in a faint red douqi. He extended his claw downward and a section of a sword wrapped in flames appeared between his claw. Sa Fei's claw seemed to be protected by the pale red douqi. He tightened his grip and the lightning-like Xianxia suddenly paused in midair. Bang! An extremely hot flame suddenly erupted from the Xianxia after Sa Fei's claw clamped onto it. Sa Fei was forced to take a couple of steps back by this flame force. His 5 fingers were curled into a strange arc. Coincidentally, each of his fingers came into contact with the blade of the Xianxia. The frightening heat contained in the blade caused Sa Fei's expression to change. Surprise had just risen in his heart when another shock quickly followed. This was because the flame on the Xianxia seemed to have come alive after Sa Fei grabbed it. It spread toward his hand. Sa Fei immediately felt the douqi wrapped around his hand drop rapidly as the hot flame climbed up his arm. His claw abruptly released the Xianxia, but it still slid down powerlessly and landed on the ground. Swoosh! The moment the Xianxia slid down, a faint sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Jafar frowned and instantly looked up, only to see a blurry black figure appear before him at an extremely fast speed like a ghost. Wu Yan took advantage of the moment Sa Fei was distracted by the red lotus flame on Xianxia to arrive in a flash. His 5 fingers clenched tightly as the electric current in his body exploded. It wildly circulated on the surface of his body and surged toward his tightly clenched fist. His fist was instantly wrapped in lightning. Lightning light fist. A low cry suddenly sounded. Wu Yan's lightning-covered fist viciously smashed toward Sa-Fa. The lightning around the fist grew several times stronger as the continuous low explosion sounded in everyone's ears like firecrackers. The ferocious lightning-light fist caused Sa-Fa to narrow his eyes. He could sense that Wu Yan's ferocious attack was the powerful close-range attack that defeated Bing Ling in one move. Sa-Fa relied on his super-strong Do-Chi cultivation to sense that the lightning-light fist hadn't arrived yet. Even if he were to be hit by this punch, he wouldn't be in any good shape. However, the prerequisite is that you can hit me. You want to use this move to defeat me? You're still lacking. A smile surfaced on Ye-Fa's face. His hand claws once again curled as pale red Do-Chi twined around his fingertips. The Do-Chi shrank slightly and a dense, cold glint appeared on Ye-Fa's claws. I'd like to see if your battle skill can contend against my beast battle skill. The smile on Sa-Fa's face was instantly withdrawn with his claw facing the ground. He extended his arm and his claw shot forward. An invisible wind formed a vaguely visible Do-Chi glow in front of the claw. Its momentum was extremely shocking. It was not the least bit inferior to Wu Yan's lightning-light fist. The moment Sa-Fa extended his claw, the beast figure that had been floating behind Sa-Fa also extended its hand. It merged with Sa-Fa's claw and a beast claw covered in Do-Chi appeared on top of it. Blood-hunting beast king claw. The most direct physical fight that was about to occur in the arena caused waves of exclamations to sound from the viewing gallery. This kind of close physical fight was undoubtedly the most bloody and violent. The men did not have the slightest objection to this. Some of the students, whose faces had turned red, had even stood up from their seats. Under the attentive gazes of countless people, the fist and claw, each containing an extremely powerful destructive force, finally collided head-on. Bang! A loud and clear explosion sounded in the air above the square. A wave of wind formed from the force of the collision surged out from the point of contact between the fist and claw of the two people. Wherever the wind wave passed, the ground repeatedly emitted a cracking sound as if it was unable to bear the heavy burden. Numerous cracks swiftly spread out from under the two people's bodies like a spiderweb. The wind wave blew into the viewing gallery, causing the faces of all the students to hurt. The sound of saliva being swallowed was immediately emitted from the viewing gallery. Everyone's faces had already turned a little pale. If they were the ones in the arena, they would definitely be seriously injured and sent flying. The fist and claw appeared to be entangled with each other. Air waves continued to wildly emit from the hands and feet of the two. The extremely sturdy ground swiftly cracked and turned into extremely tiny fragments. They were directly turned into dust by this air wave. How terrifying! Chapter 399. The collision between the lightning-light fist and the blood-hunting beast king claw was like two clumps of energy attracting each other. They wanted to invade each other's territory, but at the same time, they wanted to devour each other. However, at this moment, the two seemed to have reached a delicate balance. Jaffar's heart sank as he stared at the expressionless Wu Yan. From an outsider's point of view, the lightning fist and the blood-hunting beast king's claw are locked in a stalemate. However, Jaffar knows that when his battle chi invades Wu Yan's lightning fist's territory, an incomparably violent energy is slowly dispersing his battle chi. In other words, his blood-hunting beast king's claw is crumbling. At some point, Wu Yan grinned and he yelled. The lightning around his body surged and the sound of thunder boomed. The lightning bolts that surged in power were quickly replenished by Wu Yan's lightning fist. The lightning fist shone even brighter than before. Bang! Jaffar's blood-hunting beast king claw crumbled in an instant as the lightning-light fist shone brightly. Jaffar let out a muffled groan as his legs trembled violently and he was knocked back 10 meters away. Whoosh! The audience stood up in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Jafar being pushed back by Wu Yan. Jafar was pushed back by Wu Yan. Kaya glanced at Jafar in shock. If Kaya didn't know Jafar's personality, he would have thought Jafar was going easy on Wu Yan. After all, Jafar is a rank 8 while Wu Yan is still a rank 7. Challenging someone of a higher cultivation level than him, could it be that he could really do it? Sylph looked at Wu Yan, who's surrounded by lightning bolts. Her eyes were calm, but no one knew what she was thinking. Good. Unlike the others, Chuju, Mikoto, Flandrachan, Lulu, and Mikoto are overjoyed. No matter what happens next, at least for now, Wu Yan has the upper hand. Even the Thunder King, who was seated on the special platform, couldn't help but smile. However, after a while, his smile disappeared. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. Jafar looked at the calm Wu Yan. After a long time, a deep voice came from his mouth and echoed throughout the arena. "You are qualified to make me use my armament." The spectators were stunned again. Jafar's words are an acknowledgement of Wu Yan's strength. For a moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone's gazes paused on the two people who were facing each other in the arena. Traces of fanaticism gradually flowed out from their eyes. The previous battle was exciting enough. Now that Jafar is going to use his full strength, won't the upcoming battle be even more exciting? How can the spectators not be excited? Wu Yan's heart tightened. Jafar is finally going to use his armament. The upcoming battle is going to be even more intense than before. Wu Yan might look like he easily forced Jafar back, but Wu Yan knows that it wasn't easy at all. Infinite martial refinement, true ancestor bloodline, and lightning user LVL5. He used all of these abilities to their fullest in an instant. Even so, he only managed to force Jafar back without injuring him. One can only imagine how big the gap between Tier 8 and Tier 7 is. Without those abilities, Wu Yan would have lost miserably. He wouldn't have been able to force Jafar back. Even if Wu Yan has some trump cards he hasn't used, who can be sure that Jafar doesn't have any trump cards? At this moment, Jafar also began to move. He raised his hands and a pair of razor-sharp claws appeared in his hands. The front end had 4 steel claws glinting with cold light, while the back end had a buckle that could be fastened to his fists. Under everyone's gaze, Jafar quietly grabbed the pair of sharp claws. In the next second, a dense blood aura began to rise from Jafar's body. Specks of blood-red light danced in the air. Under the influence of the blood aura, Jafar's faint red do chi turned blood-red. A ferocious beast aura emanated from Jafar. The beast shadow behind Jafar solidified a bit. Wu Yan's heart sank. He took a step forward and the lightning around his body intensified. Crackling sounds echoed incessantly. Wu Yan looked like the god of thunder descending to the mortal world. He clashed with the beast's aura. Interesting. Jafar grinned. His sharp claws drew 2 arcs in the air. The cold light from the claws flickered in the air. It was a chilling sight. In the next moment, Jafar crouched down and suddenly bounced up. His golden pupils shrunk and he saw Jafar closing in on him like a wolf. Wu Yan shuddered and he quickly retreated. However, Jafar was truly fast. The moment Wu Yan retreated, Jafar had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Jafar reached out with one hand and the sharp claws on his fist went straight for Wu Yan's chest. A thick blood-red combat aura surged into Jafar's sharp claws. The shadow of a beast's claw was faintly discernible. The sharp claws went straight for Wu Yan's chest. The wind generated by the claws was extremely sharp and the combat aura was extraordinarily dense. If Wu Yan were to be hit by this attack, he would definitely be severely injured. Just as the claws were about to touch Wu Yan's chest, Wu Yan suddenly gave up on blocking the attack. The claws went through his arms and went straight for his chest. Wu Yan's free hand pointed at the void. A crimson spatial ripple appeared from Wu Yan's finger and spread in front of Wu Yan. When the ripple faded and the crimson spatial ripple took shape, a dozen iron sand swords shot out from the spatial ripple and blocked Jaffar's claws. Violent lightning surged out of Jaffar's body and landed on the iron sand swords. The iron sand swords buzzed and began to vibrate rapidly. They firmly protected Wu Yan behind them and formed an indestructible iron sand sword wall. Jaffar's expression changed slightly before sinking. Only now did Jaffar remember that Wu Yan still had this move up his sleeve. You want to block my attack with a few armaments that aren't even rare grade? A cold glint surged in Jaffar's eyes. He did not withdraw his attack. Blood-colored combat aura surged violently and the surface of his body flashed with a dazzling light. The wind generated by the claws also became a little sharper and the shadow of the beast claw became a little more solid. In the next moment, the sharp claws heavily slammed into the sword wall formed by the iron sand swords. Clang! The sharp claws collided with the iron sword, and the sound of weapons colliding rang out. Following this crisp sound, a claw mark appeared on the iron sword wall. Clang! 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 Saifei instantly extended his claws again after the first claw attack. Blood-colored do qi lit up on both of his claws and numerous claw shadows were formed in the air. Soon after, they continuously landed on the iron sand sword wall. Immediately, the entire arena was filled with the sound of weapons clashing together. The hearts of the audience were all raised. Some of them had already clenched their fists tightly. They could not help but break out in cold sweat for Wu Yan when they saw that Jaffar had been forced back a moment ago. The situation had turned around in an instant. Yen. Lulu's hands were constantly moving. Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she watched Wu Yan being forced back by Jaffar's attacks. Lulu was about to die from anxiety. Jaffar's attacks were extremely ferocious. If even one of these attacks landed on Wu Yan would not have a good ending. Chapter 400. Jaffar's frenzied attacks caused more and more claw marks to appear on the iron sand sword wall. At this point, there were already a few claw marks that penetrated the iron sand sword wall. Jaffar turned into a ferocious beast as he unleashed a barrage of claws at Wu Yan. Many of the spectators felt a chill down their spines as they watched Jaffar unleash his ferocious attacks. Some of them felt pity for Wu Yan. Wu Yan's defeat would be the moment the iron sand sword wall crumbled under Jaffar's ferocious attacks. Only Sylph, Ka, Mikoto and a few others remained calm. They noticed that Wu Yan had one hand on the iron sand sword wall while the other hand was flashing with electricity. Jaffar was completely unaware of Wu Yan's actions. He continued to attack the iron sand sword wall with his claws. The iron sand sword wall was on the verge of crumbling under Jaffar's ferocious attacks. The iron sand sword wall let out a cracking sound under Jaffar's frenzied attacks. When Jaffar attacked with his claws again, the iron sand sword wall couldn't hold on any longer. The iron sand sword wall shook violently and finally exploded under Jaffar's claw attack. With the iron sand sword wall's disappearance, Wu Yan, who was hiding behind the iron sand sword wall, appeared in front of Jaffar once again. The iron sand sword wall's collapse should have been a good thing, but Jaffar didn't look happy at all. Instead, his expression changed and he stopped attacking with his claws. That's because Wu Yan's golden eyes flashed with a hint of a sneer when he saw his iron sand sword wall shattering. His other hand was extended towards Jaffar with a token in it. Jaffar's body tensed up as he stared at the hand holding the token. A bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes, and Jaffar felt goosebumps all over his body. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Under numerous astonished gazes, Jaffar actually stomped his foot on the ground like a madman, smashing the ground beneath his feet into pieces, and then he shot backwards rapidly. However, Wu Yan's hand glowed brightly and a bluish-white electric current flowed towards the token in his hand. Then, an orange beam shot out from Wu Yan's hand. The audience cried out in surprise when they saw the orange beam. Even Sylph, who was on the high platform, had a serious expression on her face. That's because that's the same attack Mikoto used during their battle in the arena tower. The orange light beam flashed out at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Sa-Fa. As his expression rapidly changed, Jafar clenched his teeth and roared. He mobilized all of his combat chi and channeled it into his sharp claws. His claws glowed with a bloody light. Jafar raised his hand and attacked the orange beam together with the beast behind him. However, at the next moment, a crimson ripple emerged between the orange beam and the crimson claw. The orange beam instantly darted into the crimson space. Shortly after, the crimson space vanished and Jafar's attack missed its target. At the same time, the crimson ripple appeared again, but this time, it's behind Jafar. A chill ran down Jafar's spine and traveled up his back. Jafar's back was drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, an orange beam shot out from the crimson space behind Jafar and slammed into his back. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded like a clap of thunder in the spacious square amidst countless astonished gazes. A majestic destructive wind, carrying a scorching electric current, swept out in all directions from where the orange light beam had exploded like a storm. Wherever the electric current passed, the arena would immediately crumble apart. Cracks that were as thick as an arm swiftly spread across the entire stage like a spider web. The seemingly extremely sturdy stage was turned into a complete mess in the blink of an eye by the electric current. On the spectator stands, numerous dumbfounded gazes stared blankly at the arena that had been destroyed. Their brains instantly short-circuited, and they were completely unable to wrap their heads around it. From the beginning, Wu Yan forced Jafar to retreat and gain the upper hand, to Jafar turning the situation around and wildly attacking Wu Yan until now. The tables had turned once again and Jafar had ended up in an unknown state. It hadn't even been 5 minutes yet. How could such an urgent and heart-shaking battle not make everyone feel shocked in their hearts? After a long while, the crowd finally recovered from their daze. All of their gazes turned towards the center of the stage. Wu Yan's expression didn't change, but his chest started heaving up and down. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and shock. Some were even a little absent-minded. There was no doubt that the situation was exactly the same as when Wu Yan challenged the 9 great factions at the arena tower. This newcomer, whom everyone thought would lose without a doubt, gave them a pleasant surprise once again. However, this time, everyone looked at Wu Yan with admiration and fear. Even Jafar, who was at the 8th level, was beaten to such a state. Although the outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet, Wu Yan's attitude as a powerhouse was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. After all, Wu Yan was challenging someone of a higher level than him. Looking at Jafar, who was shrouded in a cloud of dust after being hit by the orange beam, the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. As long as Jafar's figure is lying on the ground, it means that Wu Yan succeeded in his challenge. This is an event worthy of being recorded in the history books. That's why Sylph and Ka stared at Jafar, trying to see through the center of the dust cloud. Wu Yan also stared at Jafar. He felt a little relieved. He didn't expect this idea to work. Before this, Wu Yan had already guessed that the Gate of Babylon can be opened anywhere he wants. After all, the Gate of Babylon is a space-type equipment. If it can be opened on his back, then it can be opened on other places as well. Wu Yan had this idea, but he didn't try it out. He didn't expect it to work today. With the attention of everyone present, the dust that enveloped Sa-Fa gradually became lighter. A moment later, a gentle breeze gently blew across the arena and swept away the dust. The area that had almost turned into ruins appeared before everyone's eyes. At that spot, a tall figure, who was emitting a wild and ferocious aura like a wild beast, gradually appeared in front of everyone's line of sight. Unfortunately, the appearance of this silhouette didn't dispel the notion of failing the cross-realm challenge. Instead, it made Wu Yan's figure even more engraved in their minds. The tall figure's uniform is now in tatters. There's even smoke rising from it. Jaffar's appearance has changed drastically. He looks battered and exhausted. Everyone's eyes froze because Jaffar, who was in a sorry state, lowered his head slightly, and a strange bloody light flashed in his eyes. It was as if it was an injured wild beast that had begun to bite its enemy without regard for anything else. Chapter 401. Jaffar's black bear-like pupils are now redder than any other color. Jaffar lowered his head and the beast phantom behind him stepped forward and overlapped with his body. At the next moment, a surge of crimson warrior energy that could condense into solid state crazily burned on Jaffar's body. Shit! Kaya was shocked. He grabbed the railing in front of him and leaned forward. Looking at Jaffar, he bit his lips. Jaffar. He went berserk. Berserk? What's that? On the other side, Hinajaku and Mikoto also learned about the word berserk from Fei Fei's shocked mouth. Seeing Fei Fei's nervous look and the thick blood aura coming from Jaffar, the two girls' hearts clenched. Fei Fei shook her head and said, "Berserk is one of the unique beast-type battle techniques of the Baruba Empire. It's more like a type of buff magic. It allows the user to merge with the shadow of a beast and unleash even more power than normal." Fei Fei shook her head in a serious manner. Even stronger than normal. Hinajaku and Mikoto frowned at the same time. Isn't that troublesome? If it's only troublesome, that's fine. Fei Fei smiled bitterly. Most importantly, those who use berserk will lose their rationality and turn into a ferocious beast from head to toe. They won't know how to hold back at all. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid that even someone's life might be lost. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked but they quickly calmed down. It sounds like someone might lose their life, but Wu Yan is a primogenitor. Something like that won't happen to him. Lulu, on the other hand, didn't know about this. She started panicking. Fei Fei, what should we do? Fei Fei waved her hand, indicating for Lulu to calm down. She then turned to look at the Thunder King seated on the special platform. Don't worry. If Yen is in danger, the old patriarch won't just stand by and watch. Lulu's heart calmed down when she heard that her grandfather was going to make a move. However, she still looked a little worried. Berserk? With Wu Yan's hearing, he heard every word. He frowned as he looked at Jaffar, who looked like a beast about to wake up from its slumber. He sighed inwardly. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. Wu Yan exhaled softly and calmed his emotions. At the very least, Jaffar won't be able to harm him with his primogenitor form. Exposing his primogenitor form might make him the center of attention, but it's better to go all out. I don't care if you're a berserk or a sissy. Since you're not moving, I won't hold back. A crisp snap of a finger rang out. Crimson spatial ripples instantly spread across the entire arena. Countless iron sand swords shot out of the ripples and pointed at Jaffar. With another snap, the iron sand sword pierced through the air and shot toward Jaffar like a missile, bombarding the motionless Jaffar. However, when the iron sand sword struck Jaffar's body, the beast shadow that overlapped with Jaffar's body swayed and expanded abruptly, enveloping Jaffar's body. The iron sand sword then struck the beast shadow's body. Ding! 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 When the iron sand swords hit the beast shadow, it was as if they hit a steel wall. When the iron sand swords stopped, the beast shadow slowly returned to its original size. There wasn't a single crack on it and Jaffar was unharmed. Wu Yan's expression darkened. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This is going to be troublesome. At that moment, Jaffar lifted his head abruptly in his berserk state. Roar! Jaffar let out a roar that sounded like a lion or a tiger. The roar turned into sound waves that swirled around the plaza like a vortex. The audience covered their ears in pain, including some of the stronger students on the high platform. Only Sylph and Ka were able to maintain their composure. In the field, the sound wave hit Wu Yan's body and made his head explode. His mind went blank from the explosion and his heart started beating fast. Could it be that the sound waves can directly attack someone's mental state? Fortunately, Wu Yan guessed right. Jaffar's roars can affect a person's mental power when he's in berserk mode. This isn't the case for everyone who learned the beast battle technique. It's just that Jaffar's beast battle technique is a variant of the beast battle technique. That's why Jaffar is secretly known as the magician's killer. A magician's mana is directly linked to their mental state. If Sylph and Ka didn't have some tricks up their sleeves, Jaffar would have become the strongest magician in the academy. Wu Yan isn't a magician, but everyone has their own mental power. Even if he's not a magician, he was still affected. His mind blanked out for a split second. Jaffar took advantage of that split second of blankness to get close to Wu Yan. Wu Yan only regained his senses when Jaffar's beastly eyes appeared in front of him. Jaffar's claws came crashing down. Wu Yan's expression changed when he felt the terrifying force coming from Jaffar's claws. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and a spark appeared on his forehead. In the next moment, crimson ripples appeared around Jaffar. However, it wasn't an iron sand sword that appeared, it was an iron sand whip. Just as Wu Yan expected, the moment the iron sand whip appeared, Jaffar's beastly shadow expanded and protected his body. If it was an iron sand sword, Wu Yan would have been heavily injured by Jaffar's claws. However, the iron sand whip was a different story altogether. The iron sand whips were like ropes. They twisted and wrapped around the beast shadow, binding it tightly. As the beast shadow was bound by the iron sand whips, Jaffar, who had become one with the beast shadow in his berserk state, suddenly stopped smashing down with his sharp claws. It was this pause that gave Wu Yan a chance. Wu Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward. His fists were covered in lightning and the lightning fist was instantly formed. Wu Yan let out a cold grunt and threw both lightning fists at Jaffar. To be more precise, they landed on the beastly shadow in front of Jaffar. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the lightning light fist landed on the beast shadow. However, the beast shadow was not damaged at all. Its defensive power was actually so terrifying. Wu Yan's golden eyes glinted. He withdrew his fists and the lightning on his fists surged. In the next second, Wu Yan's lightning fists landed on the beastly shadow in front of Jaffar. Bang! 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 This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to unleash a barrage of attacks. Just like how Jaffar attacked the iron sand sword wall, Wu Yan threw a series of lightning fists at the beastly shadow. Of course, the beastly shadow couldn't be imprinted with a single punch. However, as Wu Yan's lightning fists landed, cracks began to appear on the beastly shadow. Everyone on the stands looked at Wu Yan, who turned into a boxer and used Jaffar as a punching bag. They exchanged glances with each other, feeling a little resentful. They finally realized that Jaffar wasn't the only beast in the academy that could become a beast. If Wu Yan went to the Baruba Empire to learn beast combat skills, he would become a beast as well. As time passed, the sound of the lightning light fist striking the beast shadow continued to resound in the air above the square. Not long after, cracks finally appeared on the beast shadow. Chapter 402. As more and more cracks appeared on the beast shadow, Wu Yan increased the speed of his punches. Lightning fist infused with the might of lightning struck the beast shadow. Electricity flowed through the beast shadow, causing the cracks on the beast shadow to become even more compact. Just as the lightning light fist was about to shatter the shadow, a strange phenomenon occurred. The iron sand whips that bound the shadow and restrained Jafar finally crumbled into iron sand under Jafar's powerful force. Jafar regained his freedom. Roar, Jafar roared. The unique roar caused Wu Yan's mind to go blank. This time, the roar was so close that not only did Wu Yan's mind go blank, but Wu Yan also felt a sharp pain in his head. Jafar stared at the stunned Wu Yan and did not show any mercy. The claw that he had struck out earlier slammed into Wu Yan's chest. At this critical moment, a wave of energy finally emerged from Wu Yan's mind. It penetrated the surface of Wu Yan's body and formed an invisible dragon-shaped armor on Wu Yan's body. It was the spiritual dragon armor that had been transformed into a noble relic. However, Jafar's claw, with the help of fury and the buff from the rare armament, became abnormally terrifying. Even the spiritual dragon armor, which had been transformed into a noble relic, was frozen for a moment before it shattered into pieces and returned to Wu Yan's body. Jafar's claw did not slow down and slammed into Wu Yan's chest. Bang! The claw slammed into Wu Yan's body. Before the pain could reach Wu Yan's mind, Wu Yan's body was sent flying and he landed heavily on the ground. The sound of his body hitting the ground reverberated in everyone's heart. Hinajaku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flandrachan, Lulu, Fei Fei, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were all shocked by the scene. The 11 girls were shocked as well. Master, Oniai-chan. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandrachan shouted at the same time. They wanted to spread their wings and fly off the stage, but Chuju and Shokuhu Misaki stopped them. Don't worry, Xiao Yan has the body of a true ancestor. Even if his body is crushed, he can recover in an instant. This injury is nothing. Shokuhu Misaki calmly reassured Astria. She clenched her fists tightly. Flandrachan remembered the time when Wu Yan played with her and he could recover in an instant. That's why she stayed back obediently. She doesn't have any strength left, so it's useless for her to go up the stage. Ikaros, on the other hand, stared at Wu Yan with her indigo eyes. Her heart ached for Wu Yan. Even if Wu Yan got bitten by a mosquito, she would still feel sorry for him. Just as the girls thought, Wu Yan is fine. Even if he doesn't have the immortal body, he's protected by the spiritual dragon armor. Jafar's claw didn't do much damage to him. Wu Yan got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the dizziness brought on by Jafar's roar and cursed in his mind. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly dodged Jafar's attack. It had to be said that Jafar's strength had indeed become very powerful after going berserk. However, at the same time, his weakness of losing his rationality was also very obvious. Now, Jafar's every move was no longer as meticulous as before. Instead, he was like a real beast that only knew how to attack. In such a situation, as long as he used his ultimate move, Jafar would definitely be defeated. That's why Jafar couldn't surpass Sylph and Ka to become the strongest in the academy. Of course, the prerequisite is that your ultimate move must be able to shatter Jafar's protective beast phantoms and heavily injure him. Wu Yan's expression turned gloomy, but he quickly regained his composure. He stomped on the ground and leaped out of Jafar's attack range. Wu Yan spread his arms and shouted. In the next moment, bright blue and white lightning started flashing around his body. The scale of the flashing lightning is much greater than before. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan's body was completely covered in lightning. At the same time, in the clear and boundless sky, a violent wind suddenly blew. Dark clouds floated over from the distance and gathered in the sky above the square. Not long after, the entire sky above the square was covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed within the dark clouds. No way. Mikoto looked at the thunderclouds in the sky in shock, her expression changed drastically. Is Yen going to use that move? The girls wanted to know which move Yen Mo is going to use, but the situation on the stage has already changed. The thunderclouds in the sky began to become denser and denser, but the area was slowly shrinking. Only when it had shrunk to the same size as the arena below did the thunderclouds stop shrinking. Countless lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, producing loud and clear sounds of thunder. At a certain moment, the thunderclouds suddenly began to churn like boiling water. All of the lightning was hidden within the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder disappeared, but it gave everyone a terrifying pressure. That little guy, what is he trying to do? At this moment, the Thunder King's heart was also a little uneasy. It was not that he was afraid, but if something went wrong and an accident happened, it would be terrible. Wu Yan made his move. His hand was slowly raised towards the sky. Then, he suddenly swung it down. Lightning strike. As Wu Yan swung his hand, a bolt of lightning shot out from the dark clouds and struck Jafar. Boom! The crazily flashing lightning flashed across the entire square. Everyone closed their eyes at the same time. A huge shockwave spread out from the square, blowing away some of the lighter items. Everyone could only grab onto the heavy items around them to prevent themselves from being blown away. Everyone could faintly hear the sound of a beast roaring in pain as the lightning flashed in the arena. Then, the roar slowly weakened. The gale gradually weakened. In the spectator stands, the spectators poked their heads out of their seats and looked into the arena with a frightened expression on their faces. When they saw the situation clearly, everyone looked at each other in dismay. The arena can no longer be called a stage. It's now a pile of rubble. Both Jafar and Wu Yan are lying on the ground. Yen. Little Yen. Master. Oni-chan. The group of young ladies on the tall platform were all shocked. The Thunder King, who was on the special tall platform, also looked at the arena in surprise. Then, he stood up and flew down the platform, arriving beside the two of them. He reached out and checked their bodies. After a while, the Lightning King let out a sigh of relief. When the girls saw the Lightning King leave the stage, they all came down from the stage. Yen. Lulu pounced on Wu Yan. When she saw that Wu Yan was unconscious, she quickly asked the Lightning King, "Grandpa, what happened to him?" "Lass, don't worry. He's fine." The Lightning King didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just fainted because he suffered a mental shock. He'll be fine after some rest, the girl sighed in relief. Fei-Fei looked at the Lightning King in confusion. Mental shock? The Lightning King nodded. In the final attack, Jafar was defeated by the little guy. However, when the lightning struck, Jafar let out a beast roar. Due to his heavy injuries, the roar's power increased exponentially. The mental shock was also great. Naturally, he fainted. The Lightning King stood up after he finished speaking. For this match, I hereby announce. Chapter 403. After an indeterminate amount of time, Wu Yan's consciousness slowly returned to his head. When a sliver of consciousness returned, Wu Yan immediately recalled his battle with Jafar. He opened his eyes and sat up. When he sat up, he noticed that he wasn't in the plaza, he was in his own room in the villa, sleeping on his own bed. Wu Yan looked around blankly and knocked his head. He finally remembered that he fainted because of Jafar's scream during his battle with him. Wu Yan wanted to yell at him, but before he could open his mouth, a soft voice came from beside him. The tone of the voice was filled with pleasant surprise. "Master." Ikaro stood beside Wu Yan's bed and watched Wu Yan bounce up from his bed. Her face was expressionless, but her indigo eyes didn't conceal her joy. Ikaros. Wu Yan's heart, which had been ravaged by 10 million alpacas, became active when he saw the joy in Ikaros' eyes. Even the gloominess of being knocked out by Jafar's scream dissipated. "Master, are you all right?" Ikaros took 2 steps forward and crouched down. She said in a worried tone. What she didn't notice is that as she crouched down, more than half of her big breasts that couldn't be restrained by the uniform got exposed. A certain cleavage is so deep that Wu Yan almost jumped right into it. "I'm fine." Forcing a smile, he quickly averted his gaze. If he keeps looking at her like this, he's going to turn into a wolf. "Big brother. You're finally awake." The door was violently flung open. Before Wu Yan could react, a small figure rushed into the room with lightning speed. Halfway through, she jumped up and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. "Flan." Wu Yan quickly caught Flandrachan in his arms. When Flandrachan arrived, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku came in as well. Seeing that all the girls are here, Wu Yan flinched and asked in surprise. "Why are you all here? Is there no need for the tournament?" Hearing this, the girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at Wu Yan. Hinajuku put her hands on her hips and said, "What school tournament? It ended a long time ago." "It's already over?" Wu Yan was really surprised this time. How did it end so fast? Fast? Shokuhu Misaki sat beside Wu Yan's bed and looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. "Do you know how long you've been sleeping?" Wu Yan was stunned again when he heard Shokuhu Misaki's words. Shokuhu Misaki said, "You've been sleeping for an entire day." "Nanny!" Wu Yan jumped up from the bed. "An entire day? Are you sure it's an entire day?" The girls nodded at the same time. Wu Yan choked on his breath and lowered his head in dejection. He didn't think that he would be so fragile. He slept for an entire day just because someone called him. Wu Yan sighed and looked at the girls. "So, what's the result of the tournament? Who's the final champion?" Wu Yan asked. Astria raised her head proudly and snorted proudly. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. "Astria won't be the final champion, right? Is that strange?" Shokuhu Misaki stretched her body. Her voluptuous body was on full display. Astria's level is already above all the other participants. She also has 2 powerful rare armaments. It won't be hard for her to become the champion. Wu Yan was speechless when he saw Shokuhu Misaki's satisfied expression. "That's true. But since Astria is the champion, you should be the one who benefits the most." You can't say that." Shokuhu Misaki giggled. "Astria-chan is also a member of Starlight Queen. Now that she's the champion of the tournament, it's only natural that Starlight Queen would rise in status as well." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He said in a flustered tone. "Where did you learn so many idioms?" Wu Yan pondered for a moment. "Then, the new rankings are out, right?" The girls looked at each other. Shokuhu Misaki said. "Yeah, they came out after the tournament ended. The top 3 are Astria, Sylph, and Mikoto. Ka is 4th, Jafar is 6th, Feifei and Chuju are 7th and 8th respectively. You can ignore the 10th place. Little Yen, you are 5th. 5th. Wu Yan was happy. He thought he would be ranked below Jafar after being yelled at. Wu Yan didn't expect them to take 4 of the top 10 spots in the Spalier World Academy. Astria is 1st, Mikoto is 3rd, himself is 5th, and Chuju is 8th. Of the 3 strongest students in the academy, only Sylph is in the top 3. I'm afraid Ka and Jafar are in a bad mood right now. Wu Yan chuckled inside. Ka may not be a bad guy, but he's infatuated with Ikaros. Wu Yan didn't feel too good about it. Jafar on the other hand, Wu Yan isn't the type of person who would bury the hatchet with a single fight. It's fine if it's just a fight, but he ended up in a humiliating position. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Shokuhu Misaki with a confused expression. What about the 9th place? You didn't say anything about the 9th place, right? Who's the 9th place? Shokuhu Misaki giggled and she turned away without saying anything. Wu Yan already knew who this 9th ranked person is. it looks like there aren't only 4 people in the top 10, there are 5 of them. All in all, Wu Yan isn't too disappointed with his ranking. Of course, that doesn't mean the others aren't disappointed as well. Not far away, Mikoto was kicking the chair under her feet, muttering something under her breath. It's hard to tell what she's muttering, but it's clear that she's upset. Sizing Mikoto up, he gave it some thought and he understood why Mikoto is acting like this. Sylph is ranked 2nd and Mikoto is ranked 3rd. It's obvious that Mikoto lost to Sylph during the inter-school tournament. Amused, he asked Mikoto. "What's wrong? Are you that upset about losing to Sylph?" Mikoto stopped and looked at Wu Yan with an annoyed expression. "I didn't lose to Sylph." "You didn't?" Wu Yan shrugged, disbelief written all over his face. If Mikoto didn't lose to someone else in a fight, she wouldn't be acting like this. Sure enough, in the next moment, Mikoto said firmly, "It was because she had a gold armament that I lost. I didn't lose to her, I lost to that gold armament." Wu Yan was speechless. On the other hand, Chuja nodded in agreement. "That's true. If Sylph didn't have a gold armament, it's hard to say who would have won, that's right." Mikoto happily lifted her head and nodded. But at this time, Shokuhu Misaki smiled and spoke. "You still lost in the end." Mikoto's smile froze and she glared at Shokuhu Misaki. "I didn't lose. I said I lost to the armament." Era. Shokuhu Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. "Misaka-san, I didn't know you'd find excuses for your loss." Mikoto clenched her fists and resisted the urge to shoot Shokuhu Misaki. She humphed coldly and turned her head away. Shokuhu Misaki was bored. For Shokuhu Misaki, teasing Mikoto is one of life's greatest joys. Chapter 404. Opening up the system, there was already a notification. His fight for ranking mission had already reached the top 10. Next, it was time to fight for the top 3. However, the top 3, Wu Yan glanced at Astria and then at Mikoto before lowering his head in dejection. These 2 girls, if he were to go up against them, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Astria's level is much higher than mine, she's even stronger than Jafar. Plus, she's a melee angel. Her combat prowess is off the charts. She's one of the top 3 fighters in our group. I already had a hard time going up against Jafar, I'm sure Astria will be a piece of cake if I go up against her. Mikoto's level is about the same as Jafar's, but she's using her abilities. It's not wrong for her to say that she only lost to Sylph because of her gold armament. She can at least tie with Sylph without her gold armament. Jafar, on the other hand, can't beat Sylph at all. Plus, a part of his strength is Mikoto's ability. Against Mikoto, the wielder of Uehara, Wu Yan doesn't think he can beat her with just the power of the electroshock user. If Mikoto can't beat her, then Sylph. It looks like the top 3 is out of the question for now. As for the Tower of Arena quest, Wu Yan is currently at the 6th floor. If he wants to challenge the floor master of the 6th floor, he can do so at any time. Unfortunately, this quest has no end in sight for the time being. Even Sylph, Ka, and Jafar haven't cleared the 6th floor. This means that the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy is currently stuck on the 6th floor. Even if he goes up, he won't stand much of a chance. The 2 quests in Silveria World Institute won't make any progress in a short period of time, unless I reach level 70. After the battle with Jafar, Wu Yan noticed that he leveled up to level 69. One more level and Wu Yan will become a true Tier 8 powerhouse. When that happens, Wu Yan, who can challenge those above him at Tier 7, can challenge the 6th floor of the Tower of Arena. However, this one level might seem easy, but it's actually very far away. After all, tier and level are 2 completely different things. Wu Yan still remembers how long it took Mikoto to level up. If it wasn't for the help of the 20,000 sisters who fought in the Behemoth Forest, he wouldn't have reached level 69 even if he defeated Jaffer. That's why it's going to take a lot of effort to level up. Should I make another plan? The girls in the room noticed Wu Yan's silence. They all turned to look at Wu Yan. What are you thinking about? Shokuhu Misaki was the closest to Wu Yan, so she was the first to notice Wu Yan's contemplative expression. Wu Yan's expression told her that Wu Yan has something to announce. Looking at the girls, Wu Yan made up his mind and he told the girls. I am thinking, maybe we should head to the next dungeon world. The girls looked at Wu Yan. Chuju came to Wu Yan's side and asked. Why do you want to go to a dungeon all of a sudden? Wu Yan shrugged and helplessly continued. You guys know that I have 2 missions in the academy, right? Currently, these 2 missions are within the scope of my abilities. I can't do anything more than that with my current strength. Super, is that so? Kinohata Sai tilted her head and looked at Astria. If you super make Astria surrender, wouldn't you be able to super complete the fight for ranking mission? If only it was that easy. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and continued in an annoyed manner. The problem is that the system doesn't recognize it. If there isn't a huge disparity in strength, then that's fine. The system can still determine if the user is competent enough, so it will recognize it. However, between me and Astria, honestly, don't you think there isn't a huge disparity in strength between us? The girls laughed dryly when they heard Wu Yan's words. They agreed that Wu Yan and Astria's strength was too far apart. So, you want to enter a dungeon and use the time difference between the dungeon and the Spalier world to level up? Shokuhu Misaki asked in realization. This is one of the reasons why I can earn some points. I can exchange them for abilities or armaments to increase my strength. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Wu Yan smiled mysteriously. He extended his hand and a beautiful crystal appeared in his hand. The girls stared at it in awe. Mysterious crystal? Chuju asked hesitantly. Isn't that the mysterious crystal he got from Butler Whirlwind? Under the watchful eyes of the girls, Wu Yan nodded and he raised the crystal above his head. When I was in the Magic Catalog world, I obtained 2 special items, Control Brain and Dark Matter Crystal. According to the system, these 2 special items are used to unlock the mysterious crystal. Shokuhu Misaki narrowed her eyes and said thoughtfully. So, you're saying you're going to the dungeon to unlock the mysterious crystal? That's right. Wu Yan smiled. I've asked the system. There's a total of 5 special items needed to unlock the mysterious crystal. These 5 special items aren't fixed. As long as they're related to the unsealing of the mysterious crystal, then it'll be enough. The Control Brain and the Dark Matter Crystal are 2 of the 5 special items needed to unlock the mysterious crystal. As for the remaining 3, I'm not very clear about their specific qualities for the time being, but I do have a clue about one of them. So you're saying? Chuju wrinkled her nose and looked at Wu Yan. The dungeon you're going to is the one with the unlocked items? Wu Yan nodded. The girls fell silent. Shokuhu Misaki rested her chin on her hand and muttered to herself. Little Yen, I'm afraid I can't go with you this time. Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at Shokuhu Misaki and asked. Why? Shokuhu Misaki shook her head regretfully. It's because Astria became the champion and Starlight Queen became the target of public criticism. There are a lot of things to deal with and the 5 of us won't be able to leave for the time being. Since you're going to the dungeon, you'll have to stay for at least a month or 2. That's about a day here. If I'm not at HQ for an entire day, something will go wrong. Shokuhu Misaki clasped her hands and apologized. I'm sorry, little Yen. Astria, Ai-chan, Frenda, Takitsubu, and I won't be able to go with you this time. I'm not going either. Mikoto clenched her fists and said angrily. I still want to get my revenge on Sylph. I won't rest until I defeat her. Oni-chan, Flan can't go either. Flandra-chan stuck her tongue out. If Flan isn't here, Lilin-chan will be lonely. Since everyone else isn't going, then I'll pass as well. Even if you stay there for a year, it'll only be 3 or 4 days here. Chuju waved her hand with a smile. Wu Yan's mouth was wide open as he looked at the girls who refused to go with him. He didn't expect this to happen. He slowly turned around and looked at Ikaros. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Chuju and Mikoto pulled Ikaros away and said in unison. If you take Ikaros away, who's going to cook for us? Wu Yan almost couldn't catch his breath. Shokuho Misaki shook her head and stuffed a space ring into Wu Yan's arms. She blinked her eyes cutely. Looks like you'll have to go to the dungeon by yourself. Inside the space ring are some magic crystals and other items that we sisters collected in the Behemoth Forest. I'll give them to you as a parting gift. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 405. Shokuho Misaki's parting gift was given to him by Shokuho Misaki. Wu Yan took a look at his character status and let out a long sigh. He clearly had 9 girls by his side, but in the end, he was reduced to a situation where he had to challenge the dungeon alone. Was there anything sadder than this in the world? If you guys don't want to go, then so be it, I will go alone. After he said that, he turned around and ignored the girls in the room. Seeing Wu Yan throwing a tantrum, the girls couldn't help but giggle. Wu Yan is pretty cute when he's throwing a tantrum. Of course, they can only say this in their hearts. If Wu Yan finds out that they called him cute, he's going to be in big trouble. With his personality, he's going to use his actions to prove that he's not cute, and he's going to drag them down with him. Wu Yan opened up the Dungeon tab. His wine-red eyes scanned the screen. Not long after, his gaze stopped on one of the dungeon names. Date Battle. This is Wu Yan's goal. In fact, using such a world to level up was very unwise. Although there were many powerful sprites in the world of Date Battle, there were no less than 5 or 6 of them. However, there were only a few sprites that could be used to level up, and then there was nothing else. Even if he farmed all of them, it's hard to say whether or not he could reach level 70. Plus, the elves in Date Battle are all ridiculously strong. Conservatively speaking, they're all at Astria's level. Even if he wanted to farm them, would he be able to do it? That's why he chose Date Battle. His main goal isn't to level up, it's to unlock the mysterious crystal's special item. According to the system, one of the items needed to unlock the mysterious crystal must contain spatial properties. In the Date Battle world, the item that appears the most is the Space Quake. And after asking the system, the answer given by the system was that it was possible. As for the matter of leveling up, 100 days in the other world was only 1 day in this world. Once he obtained the item to unlock the mysterious crystal, he would choose another world to level up. However, he needs to bleed a little bit. Beep. The Date Battle world is inactive. Beep. Please activate the Date Battle world. Activation cost, 200,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Do you wish to activate? 200,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. Wu Yan's lips twitched as he clicked on the activation button. Then, he clicked on the activation button with an expressionless face. Beep. 200,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points have been deducted. Date Battle world activated. Ding. Date Battle world successfully activated. Character, Wu Yan. Ability, True Ancestor Bloodline, Infinite Martial Arts, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment, Kaibao of Wang, D rank, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters, 20,000, Equipment Points, 120000 item points, 800000 ability points, 120000 summoning points, 180000 level, 69. After deducting 100,000 points from each of the 4 types of points, the date battle column lit up. Looking at the date battle column, Wu Yan's pained expression slowly eased up. Glancing at the girls in the room, Wu Yan waved his hand. Well then, I'm leaving. Wu Yan clicked on the date battle section. After a flash of light, Wu Yan disappeared from the spot. The girls looked at the spot where Wu Yan was standing. Suddenly, Shokuhu Misaki seemed to have thought of something and she screamed in shock. Not good. The sudden scream startled the girls, and when they recovered, Mikoto immediately pointed at Shokuhu Misaki in dissatisfaction. Why are you screaming all of a sudden? If it was any other time, Shokuhu Misaki would have retaliated. But this time, Shokuhu Misaki had no intention of doing so. Instead, she stood up from her bed. Biting her lips, Shokuhu Misaki said regretfully. I should have known. If I knew, I would have followed him even if he disbanded Starlight Queen. The girls looked at each other in confusion. Why did Shokuhu Misaki suddenly go back on her words? Shokuhu Misaki glanced at them and said, What do you guys think if Xiao Yan brings a girl back? Hearing this, all the women froze in place. After a while, Astria smiled awkwardly and raised her hand weakly. I don't think so. Everyone turned to look at Astria. Astria shrunk her head and kept quiet. Mikoto narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashed in her brown pupils. If Yen brings a girl back, I won't let him get away with it. The girls nodded in unison, their faces were filled with determination. Only Shokuhu Misaki sighed faintly and said with a hint of bitterness, Are you really willing to do this? Of course. All of the girls said the same thing, but their voices were extremely weak. Shokuhu Misaki coldly snorted and touched her cheeks. Looks like I have to take some measures. Dungeon, Date Battle Dungeon Mission, Collect. Mission 1, materialize all the dimensional quakes in the world and collect them. Current progress, 0, 10 mission reward, equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 50,000 each. Mission 2, yet to be activated. Mission 3, yet to be activated. Beep. User, you will only be able to leave this instance dungeon after completing all the quests in this instance dungeon. When Quest 1 is completed, Quest 2 will be activated. When Quest 2 is completed, Quest 3 will be activated. When Quest 3 is completed, user will be able to leave this instance dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the real world and the real world is 100:1. User can train in this dungeon without worry. Have a good time. When Wu Yan recovered from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, the mission notification rang in his ears. Wu Yan felt refreshed. His purpose for coming to this world was to collect spaceships. Unexpectedly, the quest for this instance dungeon had always been this one. This was just right. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he jumped in fright. There's nothing in front of him, it's just pitch black. At this moment, the system notification rang out once more. Beep. Detected dimensional quakes in user's surroundings. Beep. User has entered the effective range of dimensional quakes. Do you wish to materialize dimensional quakes? Hearing the two system notifications, Wu Yan was stunned. Could it be that this blackness was the spacequake? Am I inside a dimensional quakes? When the thought appeared in Wu Yan's mind, the surrounding space suddenly shook. A powerful storm swept through the dark space. In the blink of an eye, the storm filled the entire space. Like a shockwave, the storm surged towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan's face sank. He only had time to raise both his hands to protect himself. The black storm arrived. It wasn't until a ray of light appeared in front of him that he realized he's high up in the sky. Chapter 406. Spacequake is a large-scale vibration phenomenon with unknown causes. As its name suggests, spacequake refers to the vibration of the space itself. The frequency of the vibration is enough to destroy everything in the space. This is spacequake. 30 years ago, the spacequake phenomenon appeared in this world without any warning and caused great destruction. It was a disaster for the people of this world, as it destroyed everything in its surroundings. Originally, since the space tremor phenomenon occurred 30 years ago, it had not appeared in the following 25 years. However, 5 years ago, with Tiangong City as the beginning, the space tremor phenomenon appeared again. And it is very frequent. Today, the spacequake phenomenon appeared once again. In a quiet town, people lived the same life day after day, year after year. The streets were filled with cars and pedestrians. Although it was noisy, it showed a strong sense of vitality, until, woo 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 woo, an ear-piercing alarm rang out from an unknown place, ringing throughout the entire street. Wherever the sound passed, whether it was pedestrians or cars, they all stopped their activities and looked up at the sky with a look of horror. After the siren sounded for a while, a voice suddenly sounded. The premonition of spacequake has been detected in this area. Please go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training. This is not a training. This is a real alarm. Please go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Please go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. I repeat, as the alarm continued to sound, the pedestrians in the surrounding area ran to some specific places. Some drivers also parked their cars in the surrounding area and ran to those specific places. The lights, signs, and other signs on the streets had disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by the word spacequake warning, which kept flashing on the signs. Then, on some street parking lots, the parking areas suddenly sank and were protected by some thick steel walls. The pedestrians all ran into some underground driveways, underground tracks, and so on. The steel walls also spread out from the side, protecting these areas tightly. Then, these areas all sank into the ground. Some of the pedestrians who had yet to enter the shelter were heading to specific locations in an orderly manner. The buildings by the roadside had changed greatly due to the sinking of some important areas, but they ignored it and moved very efficiently. It was obvious that they were used to this kind of operation. It was unknown whether it was because of the frequent occurrence of spacequakes or because they had a special rehearsal. Perhaps it was a combination of both. It wasn't until all the residents in the vicinity had entered the shelter and some of the important areas were protected that the sirens finally stopped. What followed was a desolate town and a chilling silence. Until a certain moment, a black light spot appeared at the center of the town and quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it has spread to the point that it is bigger than a football field. Wherever the huge black light ball went, no matter if it was the buildings, the streets, or the ground, everything was inevitably turned into ruins. The ground directly exposed the rock plate and a deep hole was blasted open. After an unknown amount of time, the black light ball slowly stopped and turned into a black filter and disappeared. If it was not for the collapsed buildings and the deep hole in the ground, I am afraid that everything that happened just now would be considered a dream. In the center of the deep hole, a figure wearing a white and gold robe that's similar to a noble's uniform quietly stood there. Slowly opening her eyes, a pair of wine-red, gem-like eyes appeared in her eyes. She looked as if she just woke up from a dream and raised her head. Gorgeous clothes and a pair of beautiful red gem-like eyes. Even if the newcomer's face is the type that needs to be looked at carefully to see the beauty, she is still very elegant and graceful. However, in the next moment, she made a move that completely broke this elegant temperament. Under the influence of the wine-red eyes, the charming face directly collapsed. She raised a hand and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Then, a curse came out from her mouth. F***ck. Must you trick me like this every time? This is not without reason. Wu Yan has entered a total of 3 dungeons. In these 3 dungeons, other than the Whirlwind the Butler world where he entered the Magic Catalog world, because of the character setting, he became a scumbag who molests innocent women. This time, because of the lesson from last time, Wu Yan did not use the character insertion card. Instead, he directly fell from the sky together with the spacequake. Is there anything worse than this? Of course there is. System, didn't the spacequake materialize? Why did it still happen? User, you did not materialize the spacequake. Huh? Didn't I say, confirm, in my mind? User, a reminder. You only said, confirm, in your mind, you did not say, freeze, in your mind. Fine, I was wrong, reminder, user. When you want to materialize the spacequake, please say, confirm, and freeze, in your mind. Why do I feel like hitting someone? At this time, a few stars suddenly lit up in the distant sky. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. He looked up and saw 5 girls in mechs carrying various mechanical weapons. With the support of a flamethrower, they were flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. That's... Wu Yan was a little surprised. Land Self-Defense Force vs. Elf Squad AST. That's right. The 5 girls flying towards Wu Yan were the Land Self-Defense Force vs. Elf Squad AST. Chapter 407. The flames lit up the entire sky, illuminating the cold faces of the 5 AST members. With 5 sonic booms, the 5 AST members directly passed through the dense flames. The flamethrowers on their backs blew away the flames as they charged straight at Jianghu. Then, the missiles that blotted out the sky and covered the earth shot out once again. Raising his eyebrows, Wu Yan looked at the missiles flying in the sky and the 5 expressionless girls behind them. He sighed and slowly raised his head. Although he really wanted to explain to them that he was not an elf, under such circumstances, he could guess that even if he did, the 5 members of AST would most likely not listen to him. It was more likely that they would act first and report later. Especially since among the 5, there's also Origami Kite who hates elves because her parents died under the power of elves. I can only fight first. Countless crimson spatial ripples spread out from Wu Yan's back. The scale is even wider than the missiles that blotted out the line of sight. Like countless stones thrown into the water, the ripples reverberated in the space. Black swords comparable in number to the missiles stretched out and pointed towards the sky. In the next moment, the whistling sound of missiles flying through the air was accompanied by the sound of explosions. The iron sand swords cut through the air as if they had been carefully calculated. Each of the iron sand swords pierced the warhead of the missile without the slightest mistake, cutting the missile that had yet to explode in half. Then, the iron sand swords whizzed through the exploding missile and shot towards the girls of AST. Seemingly aware that their missiles are useless against elves, the 5 girls didn't change their expressions. The flamethrowers on their backs sped up and dodged in all directions. Then, they continued to charge towards Wu Yan. However, the iron sand swords aren't those missiles that can only travel in a straight line. The countless iron sand swords are the product of Wu Yan's ability. A bolt of lightning flashed from Wu Yan's hand. Along with the sound of electricity, the iron sand swords trembled and reversed in the air. Then, they shot towards the girls who were charging towards Wu Yan. This time, the expressions of the 5 AST members finally changed a little. Even Kitsune Origami showed an expression of gritting her teeth. The iron sand swords shot backwards. The AST members could only helplessly stop their charging bodies and quickly dodge to the side. All of this was within Wu Yan's expectations. So, he showed a victorious smile. However, the next moment, the smile froze. Unlike the other AST members, Origami Kite only glanced at the iron sand swords behind her. Then, as if she didn't see them, she turned her head and stared at Wu Yan's face. The flamethrowers on her back sped up and flew towards Wu Yan's position. Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly withdrew the iron sand swords that were about to hit Origami Kite. At this time, Origami Kite had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Floating in mid-air, she immediately raised the heavy cannon in her hand and aimed it at Wu Yan's face. Then, a laser beam shot out from it. The distance between the laser beam and Wu Yan is just a hair's breadth away from zero. With such a distance and the speed of the laser beam, it's impossible to dodge. However, that's not the case. With infinite arms refinement, Wu Yan's combat skills can only be described as terrifying. Under this close to zero distance laser beam, Wu Yan tilted his head to the side in a very small way. The laser beam grazed Wu Yan's ear and shoulder and shot behind him. The burning sensation rose from Wu Yan's ear and shoulder. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Origami Kite did the same thing as Wu Yan. Origami Kite suddenly reached behind her and pulled out a light blue lightsaber from who knows where. She held the laser beam while waving the lightsaber and fiercely slashed at Wu Yan's head. However, when the lightsaber was halfway through, a hand reached out from under Origami Kite and grabbed her lightsaber hand. Origami Kite's slash was neutralized. When Origami Kite finally reacted, the laser beam was already shot out. Only the heavy cannon was left in front of Wu Yan and was fiercely grabbed by Wu Yan. Holding the laser cannon in one hand and Tabichi Origami's hand in the other, his wine-red eyes looked at the cold face in front of him and he cursed in his heart. This Origami Kite really hates the elves to the bone. She actually desperately rushed in front of him to shoot at him. No wonder every time he faced the elves in the original work, she was the craziest one. Wu Yan also tasted something new. If it weren't for the fact that the infinite martial arts was simply superior in terms of skill, he would probably have to obediently take a shot from that round of attack just now. While Wu Yan was rejoicing in his heart, Origami Kite in front of him moved her body vigorously, trying to break free from Wu Yan's control. However, the other party's two hands were even stronger than a vice. Origami Kite could not move at all. At that moment, she actually used her head to hit Wu Yan. This crazy woman. With Wu Yan's true ancestor body, if Origami Kite really hit Wu Yan's head, she would definitely end up with a bloody head. At that moment, Wu Yan could only let go of Origami Kite's hand and retreat. Of course, Wu Yan wanted to let her go, but she did not want to let Wu Yan go. Origami Kite threw the laser cannon in her hand away. She held the light sword and charged at Wu Yan. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yan wished he could teach Origami Kite a good lesson. He had never fought such an aggrieved battle like today. He was merciful to his opponent, but his opponent beat him to death. If it weren't for Origami Kite having a deep reason to fight so hard, then even if she was a cute girl, Wu Yan would still beat her. But the next moment, Wu Yan could no longer have such thoughts. Ha! Origami Kite shouted coldly and rushed straight to Wu Yan. The light sword in her hand waved at Wu Yan with a violent frequency. In an instant, countless sword shadows cut through the air and slashed at Wu Yan. It can't be. Wu Yan was shocked. His wine-red pupils suddenly condensed. He did not dare to be careless anymore. With a hook of his finger, an iron sand sword shot down from the air and into Wu Yan's hand. With a stab, the iron sand sword stabbed one of the sword shadows. Suddenly, the countless sword shadows disappeared with Wu Yan's stab. The light sword in Origami Kite's hand was blocked by the iron sand sword. Origami Kite pulled back the light sword. Her body spun rapidly. The light sword in her hand was danced by Origami Kite into a sword wheel and slammed into the iron sand sword. Almost as soon as they collided, the iron sand sword broke with a kacha sound. Holding the remaining half of the iron sand sword, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He couldn't stay calm anymore. This Origami Kite was just an ordinary person. How could her combat power be so heaven-defying? At this time, Wu Yan remembered that in the original work, Origami Kite was an existence that could fight hand-to-hand with the elf knight sword god Toka. Although a large part of Origami Kite's combat power was supported by the equipment provided by the Daoist, this could not hide Origami Kite's terrifying close combat ability. An ordinary person could actually fight against an elf. Even if she relied on equipment, it was enough to cause a storm in Wu Yan's heart. Sure enough, there was no girl in the 2D world who could not defy the heavens. Looking at the charging Origami Kite, Wu Yan looked up to the sky and sighed. There was no other way. If he held back, he would really be defeated. A pair of wine-red pupils turned and a golden light flashed. Suddenly, the moment Wu Yan was about to use his strength, the ground under Wu Yan's feet opened up. Wu Yan, who could not react in time, was directly swallowed in. Then, it returned to its original state. Wu Yan only had time to say, F***ck, before falling in. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.